Whoa, that's hot. Sound, can we bring it down? Break it down? All right, well, thank you all for coming today. My name is Tim Hogues. I am one of the 9 commissioners of the New York State Community Commission on Reparations Remedies, and we are so excited to be here in Staten Island as part of our mission to do outreach, education, and to hear from the public. We do expect some of our other commissioners to be in attendance with us. Unfortunately, our chair, Dr. Chanel Hawkins, has to present in Washington, D.C. She's always on the go. She's amazing. We are expecting our vice chair, Dr. Deborah Jenkins, to be here, to be present, and to facilitate the rest of the meeting. But for now, you're stuck with me, and so I appreciate it. Before I get started, I do want to do a little interaction just to understand how individuals came here today. So, how did you hear about today's meeting? And you could just shout it out, raise your hand, throw it out. Yeah. Word of mouth from just friends? Okay.
From the Schaumburg in home where I live, Mr. Kevin.
Yeah, we were at the Schaumburg. Yeah. Anyone else? Yeah. Emails and text messages from friends, members, friends and community members. Facebook, so social media. Okay. Anyone else?
Staten Island Urban Center emails.
Okay, good. So they participated. Good. Anyone else? Yep.
TikTok from our video.
TikTok. Okay, good. Yep.
I went to the business meeting last week.
Okay, good. Thank you. And so that was one of the things that we focused on and we talked about in the business meeting is really trying to educate and get the word out about the commission. So now, second question, and I'll get into what I'm supposed to be doing. Before you saw it on Facebook or TikTok or before you got the email or before someone told you about, how many of you before like a couple weeks ago knew about that New York State had a commission looking into it? Okay, wow, okay. And I don't want to put you on the spot, but how many people have you told about this? Everybody? A bunch? Okay. All right, I'm going to clap it up for y'all, right? Because it is very important that we spread this. It's a little background on the commission. When we started out, we didn't have any staff, and so it was just the 9 commissioners, and we were figuring this out. California, when they started out with staff and established. Yeah, so they had all that, and so we spent a lot of time trying to get up to speed, and so, and we had to go by the guidelines of New York State procurement, and so New York State procurement has checks and balances, and it takes quite a long time for you to get folks in place. It's sad to say, but I think I just got the email last week that our executive director has been approved, and we will be able to be fully staffed with contractors and vendors. And so we had a misstep earlier. We did have an initial executive director, just didn't work out, but that process has been pretty tough. And so we learned a lot through this process. And so we are glad that we are now at this point where we are fully staffed and we will be moving forward. So, but once again, I do thank you all for coming, and I was provided a script to read. My full-time job is I am the Commissioner of New York State of Civil Service. And so hopefully you guys know about New York State Civil Service and all the opportunities that are available through New York State. New York State is hiring, and it's easier than ever before to get a job with the New York State agency. And I am one that has a difficult time staying on script, so I'm going to ask you guys to keep me on script. They usually don't let me They usually don't allow me to do the facilitation and that type. So don't laugh, because if you laugh, you encourage me to be off script. So I'm serious. Stay with me now, please. Stick with me now. I know I love life and I love what I get to do. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tim Hogues from the New York State Commission, Community Commission on Reparations Remedies. Thank you for joining us here in Staten Island for a critical, important public hearing. I open this gathering by acknowledging that Staten Island is home to Sandy Ground, one of the oldest continuously inhabited free Black communities in the United States, established in the early 19th century, founded by free Black oystermen and their families. Sandy Ground was a place of refuge, self-determination, and resistance, and played a role in supporting freedom seekers through networks connected to the Underground Railroad. The story of Black Staten Island is one of resilience and perseverance in the face of systemic exclusion. Across the island, Black communities have built institutions, sustained cultural traditions, and pursued economic opportunity despite long-standing inequities. Today's hearing focuses on economic development, quantifying harms. True repair requires not only acknowledging injustices, but understanding and measuring its impact. The economic consequences of enslavement and discriminatory policies continue to shape disparities in wealth, housing, and opportunity. Quantifying these harms is a critical step forward toward developing meaningful remedies. And yet, Staten Island is also a place of enduring strength, shaped by community leaders, faith-based organizations, and advocates working to preserve history and advance equity. This afternoon, we come together to listen, to bear witness, and to hear the truth. Your testimonies, experiences, and insights will guide the Commission's recommendations to both the legislature and the governor. So once again, we thank you for being here. We thank you for your courage and your commitment to justice. So that is my welcome. And like I said, once again, I appreciate each and every one of you coming and being a part of it. Well, thank y'all for y'all support. I appreciate y'all. Y'all are great. Y'all are a great audience and great participators. Do we have any elected officials in the house today? All right. No elected officials. Well, we are back on schedule. And so okay. Where could you come on up front, please? All right. Thank you. If you could give them a greeting, a few words of anything you want to share with them, and tell them who you are and where you're elected from.
Sure.
At that mic right there.
Yeah,
Yep, you may.
Okay.
Yep.
Testimony that can wait. That's
The testimony can wait. You're just giving them a welcome and greetings.
all right. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is the Honorable Jasmine Robinson.
I'm not sure.
I'm the first Black and Cuban woman.
Yep.
Okay, much better now. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is the Honorable Jasmine Robinson. I am the co-district leader of the 61st Assembly District. It is imperative that I be here today as I serve the 61st Assembly District, the North Shore, which is primarily made up of Black and brown, and I had to be here to testify and to show my support. So thank you to the Commission. Thank you to Kelly Villar for allowing us to have this space, and thank you to all of you here. I see so many community stakeholders, so many people here that are true community leaders, advocates, and allies. So thank you so much for the opportunity and the space, and let's do what we need to do. And I'm so proud of all of us because we can be anywhere today, but we're here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We love to recognize our elected officials for a few reasons, because being an elected official, a public servant, is a worthwhile opportunity to serve. And then we also want you to see the individuals that you need to touch and talk to when there are issues, and to advocate and to let them know what you feel about this work that we are doing. So thank you so much for coming by, and thank you so much for being able to participate in the testimony part and staying with us. So with that said, I will get on to, let's see, bless you. So we are going to do a very brief overview to give some context about the work that we do as far as the commission. And so despite what many assume, slavery was deeply entrenched in New York history. And so a lot of times in the history books, and when I was growing up, we really didn't hear about slavery taking place in New York. We always heard about down south. And so part of the work we want to do is make sure that New Yorkers understand that New York and New York State, New York City played a vital role in the enslavement of black folks. And so in 1626, the Dutch first brought enslaved Africans to the, let me see where I'm at, Lansape, Delaware Territory, called Manhattan. I'm sorry, I'm reading off my little phone. The Dutch called it New Amsterdam. Today, many call this place after its name, Manhattan. By the early 18th century, New York State had become the largest enslaving colony in the North, with 40% of white households enslaving black relatives. And this is, like I said, this is stuff that sometimes we hadn't been made aware of. In 1711, a slave market was established at the foot of Wall Street at what is now the intersection of Wall and Water Streets. This market, in which Native and black people were sold, remained active for decades, playing a central role in New York City's economy. Enslavement wasn't just a Southern institution, as I mentioned before. It was foundational to New York State's development. And so, like I said before, when we heard a lot of times that it was just pervasive in the South, New York State built its foundation on enslaving black folks. And so a lot of the stuff that you see, Central Park, Wall Street, all that stuff was part of what happened in back then. And so here are some census records that we were able to obtain. And here we have an excerpt from the 1800 census in New York State, illustrating the pervasiveness of slavery in its northern state. In 1799, New York State passed legislation to gradual abolition, but abolition wasn't fully implemented in New York State until 1827. This census document shows how New York counted enslaved persons under the 3/5 clause of the Constitution, which enhanced Southern political power, and is one example of the North's continued being so compliant in the institution of slavery. And so we have a bunch of documents that people have provided for us and that researchers have found to show the records of how New York State counted individuals and counted them as property, and like I said, built the foundation and the their businesses. This slide shows that in 1863, Thomas Nast's illustration from Harper's Weekly depicting the horrors of slavery contrasted with the aspirational visions of freedom, including payment for work, public education, home ownership. These were dreams that many formerly enslaved people held, but the reality of post-emancipation of USA, it really falls short. Reparations are about bringing the vision of communal abundance to fruition. And so there are so many different stories, and you can see in this depiction of how brutal it was, how intentional it was. And I am so excited and happy. We have our vice chair here of our commission, and we are going to welcome her, Dr. Deborah Jenkins. Thank you so much for being able to be here. We know how you have to fight traffic in New York City. I am from Buffalo, New York, and so
yeah. Before somebody in the Bronx.
So this experience traversing these streets and right, it's been an experience within itself. And so I thought I was going to be late because my Uber driver took me around and around, and we were trying to find it. But I respect y'all for y'all savviness and traveling and navigating and all that stuff. So I'll give my sister a big old hug because I love her.
It's really embarrassing that somebody from Buffalo
No,
got here before somebody from the Bronx.
No, it's all right. It's all right. So we'll give you a second to get yourself together. And so, brief overview and the context of H.R. 40. How many of you have heard of H.R. 40 before? Okay, a few. Okay. So at the federal level, H.R. 40, which would establish a national commission to study and develop reparation proposals for African Americans, was first introduced in 1989 by Representative John Conyers, Jr., and has been reintroduced to Congress every year since without passage. And so that's what I was talking about early. Our elected officials and our representatives are important, and so we need to make sure that we participate in that effort because since 1989 and still hasn't made it on the national level. And that's where it really, truly should have been taken up. But as you see, there hasn't been the will, no matter who has been in the White House or what. It just hasn't made it out. And so New York State is the second state behind California to really put some teeth in it and put some dollars behind it for creating a commission to study it and to educate the community on what's been happening. And so as I talked about California, California became the first state to establish a reparations task force in 2020, with their final report issued to the California legislature on the 29th of June in 2023. And at this time, this 2024 map was created, and so this is when we got started, was created. Reparation actions have been established in 11 states and 22 localities across the United States, and that number continues growing. And as I said, New York State is the second state for a statewide commission to pick up this mantle and to move forward. And Doctor, whenever you're ready, I am going to give it to you. All right.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Hogs, and I know he's already welcomed you all, and I want to just say again, thank you all for being here. Just in case all the shout-outs were not mentioned because he didn't have that information, I have to give so much thanks to Ms. Kelly Villar for opening up her doors to us to the Staten Island Urban Center. And that wouldn't have been made possible without my very good friend of more than 20 years, Tammy Greer Brown. And Brother Raheem, if he is here, let me tell you, at the last minute, he came through and was able, Rashid, I'm so sorry, sir, was able to help us get one of our first presenter, actually, Miss Page, who will be bringing us some deep information that we all need to hear. But did we thank all of the team already?
No, keep going.
Oh, okay,
Keep going.
okay.
You
'Cause
on a roll.
I don't want to be
You on
out
a roll.
of
Keep
order.
going.
I don't want to be out of order. I know, he always does. If nobody on this commission should be paid, if anyone on the commission should be paid, and we had this brief conversation this week, it would be him. He has feet and he will travel. But I also wanted to thank our security team that's always with us. Listen, they're gonna do their job. It doesn't matter who we are, and that's exactly what we want from them, and we're grateful for them.
Yeah, they stopped me.
They pat us
said,
down,
dude,
check those bags.
They said,
I
dude,
love
you
it.
look suspect. They said, give me your bag and that. I said, okay, I'm a commit. They said, I don't care. I appreciate it though.
So, you know, the commission, we've been in, oh, wait, I'm so sorry. We have a commissioner who's on his way. He is in Staten Island and has been a little turned around, but he is definitely on his way, and that's Commissioner Ron Daniels. And joining us via Zoom, I understand, is Dr. Derek Hamilton, our economists on the commission, to see this wonderful, wonderful presentation from an economic perspective. So we are happy to all be here. And we also want to thank our team, our operations team, and many of you have already met Jessie as you were entering, and she has probably assisted you all. Our operations manager is Melody Harkness. Our General Counsel has just joined us, India Sneed Williams. Our economists are in the house, I believe. Is Coleman here? Oh, there's Coleman in the back. And you were here also last week. And a friend of mine for also a lot of years, I just spotted in this audience. And that's the Reverend Dr. Demetrius Carolina from right here in Staten Island.
All right.
Yeah, so we are so excited about today. Dr. Daniels, Commissioner Lurie Daniel Favors, and I have worked hard to think up themes that will speak to the community. That's you, and that's the people that you go back and talk to. And we came up with our economic theme because we know it is so critical to any discussion about reparations, and we have some very esteemed speakers, presenters here. And I was looking at, and we'll get to the bios later, but I was looking at a very, very abbreviated bio of none other than Dr. Julianne Malveaux. But I will share what she shared with us. And Dr. Andre Perry, is he here? Is he, he's virtual? Okay, he hasn't joined us yet. Well, we're just really, really excited about what we're going to hear today. And we also have, as one of our first public hearing testimonies, that will be coming from Sister Quinlan, who was instrumental in discovering an African burial ground. Is she in the house right now? Hi, Miss Quinlan. She is indeed in the house. So she will be given a 10-minute testimony when the testimony period arrives here. And so we're going to keep it moving to try to catch us up. Are there any elected officials that we need to give pause to?
Yep,
You've
we
already
did
done that?
Yep.
Commissioner Hoax, tell me where we are so that I'm
So
not replaying.
You are right here.
Where am I?
So we are just doing the quick overview.
Okay.
And we are at that point.
You finished there.
No, we are at the.
Okay.
We're at this point here.
So this was a very important day for all 9 commissioners. We were all gathered together at the state building with the governor. As you see our picture, our foundational picture for this commission. What is this commission? It was two bills, one in the Assembly, one in the State Senate, adopted by the Senate January 10th, 2023, and Governor Hochul signed it into law December 19th of 2023. Our esteemed bill sponsors are none other than Assemblywoman Michael Salages from the 22nd District and Senator James Sanders Jr. from the 10th District. The New York State Community Commission on Reparations Remedies was established through this legislation that was just previously mentioned and signed on December 19, 2023 by Governor Kathy Hochul. We're tasked with examining the legacy of slavery, subsequent discrimination against people of African descent, and the impact that these things have forces continue to have in the present day. Comprising a report of recommendations for appropriate actions to address these longstanding inequities. And that is why we have these public hearings. We have our wonderful subject matter experts who will come and give us a presentation to strengthen our eventual recommendations to the legislators and to the governor. The final.
So, I'm sorry, and so for all of you that are like trying to take notes and take pictures, I believe all this is available on our website. So if you go to
This is a lot, right?
if you go to our website, all this information is there for you.
But it's important for us to always go back over it live because there are those who are not here and they may be able to travel along with us if they go to the website, but it's important for us to codify it in these public hearings. So we are fastly approaching our final report or the draft of it, and that is to be submitted to the temporary President of the Senate, the Speaker of the Assembly, and the minority leader of the Senate and minority leaders of the Senate and the Assembly, and to the Governor of the State of New York no later than 1 year after the date of the first meeting of the Commission. Many of you know we had an extension, and now that final report is due in January of 2027. You should be able to see the bill behind me. I really encourage everyone to go through it so that we can all be clear about what the charge of the commission actually is. We are not able to do miracles, but we are definitely able to listen to the public as we have been doing throughout the state, listen to our expert witnesses or experts who bring presentations as we have today, and consider those in making our final recommendations to the governor and the legislators. It's a lot, guys. So we do encourage you to go to our website, and you can download it without having to go to the State Senate or the Assembly websites to do it. It's on our website. But our core mandates are to research the economic, social, and political impact of slavery and the structural discrimination on Black New Yorkers from between 1626 to the present day. And we all know that those harms continue, those structural discrimination items still continue. We are to determine who is eligible for reparations, and we are to hold these public hearings to gather community input, and this is where your voices make it into our report. Don't be surprised that when we're finished with our report, your testimony will be seen and your names will be noted. We're to develop a comprehensive report that outlines harms and reparative measures. We're to recommend policies, programs, and restorative payments. Coordinate with local, state, and national collaborators to ensure alignment with broader reparative initiatives. I'm going to pause while our distinguished commissioner, Dr. Ron Daniels, joins us here at the table. How you doing? Okay. All right, I'm going to continue on as he sort of settles in. I'm going to read that last bullet before I go on to the next slide. Once again, we are to coordinate with local, state, and national collaborators to ensure alignment with broader reparations initiatives. And that's a lot of the work that our general counsel team is doing, our public policy and research historians, and of course our economic team, and our public education coordinator who is gearing up to begin that work at the end of the middle of April, in the middle of April. So the commissioners, you've met some of us, but here is a list of all 9 commissioners. We have Linda Brown Robinson, Laurie Daniel Favors, Esquire, Dr. Ron Daniels, who just came in, Dr. Derek Hamilton, who is viewing from virtually, Dr. Chanel Hawkins, who is our chairperson, Timothy Hogues, right here, who started us off this morning, Jennifer Jones Austin, Esquire, myself, Dr. Deborah D. Jenkins, and Commissioner Linda Tarrant Reed, who is our commission secretary. Our commission staff is listed directly below the commission. I've already mentioned our operations manager, Melody Harkness. I've mentioned our general counsel, India Sneed Williams, Esquire, our executive administrative assistant, who many of you have already met in the room, Jesse Adwar, our parliamentarian, Stuart J. Mitchell III, our public relations and communication team, Words Warriors, who've had people out in Staten Island all week trying to get people to get here with us today, and we are thankful for their participation. Public Studies, Policy Studies Associates, who are our research historian and policy analyst. Our economists, public interest experts, they're here in the house with us this afternoon. And again, our public education coordinator, Black Print Education Consulting. The executive committee of the commission are Dr. Chanel Hawkins, who is the chair, myself, who is the vice chair, Linda Tarrant Reed, who is the secretary, and Jennifer Jones Austin, Esquire, who is our treasurer. Our official website is www.ny.gov/reparations. You will find every testimony, public hearing we've had, every business meeting is on that website, and it's a wealth of information. You may also learn something that you didn't know, as we've learned at each of our public hearings. Our official email is reparationscommission, one word, @reparations.ny.gov. If you're unable to be reached for public testimony today, or even want to add to your 3-minute testimony that you're able to give today, you can certainly send the remainder of your testimony to our website. We encourage you, tell a friend, attend our business meetings. While we have open business meetings, we do not take comments from the public, but you are free and welcome to be there whenever we appear in your community, or you just want to join us wherever we are. The business meeting's primary focus is to take care of the internal business of the commission, including internal discussions, decision-making, planning by the commissioners, voting on resolutions as are necessary, having a quorum of at least 5, because there are 9 of us, and a quorum for us is 5, to hold any votes. And we definitely try to make sure we're all there, at least meeting quorum. These meetings are, again, open to the public, but because they're devoted mostly to us taking care of the business of the commission, we are limited to a short period of time in this meeting, and we cannot receive public comments.
And so the other thing I wanted to mention is we gave you the website, we gave you an email address, but we also want to give you a phone number. So if you want to call in and give a verbal testimony or comments, that phone number is area code 518-473-3997. So once again, that's 518-473-3997. 3997. And so that can be as long as you like. You could talk for as long as you like on that. And we, seriously.
And it will be added. It will be added. So we are here today at what we call public hearings. They provide that opportunity for the community and other interested parties to share input and concerns and provide testimony on topics relevant to the commission's mission and assist in its carrying out its mandate, our mandate, to examine the institution of slavery in New York and recommend appropriate remedies and reparations in consideration of the commission's findings. The commission may invite speakers, as we have today, to provide prepared testimonies on particular topics, but the commission also intends to devote a significant part of the agenda to hearing from members of the public wishing to speak. Because public hearings are focused on gathering information rather than on conducting commission business, a quorum of commissioners is not required, but the commission intends to have at least 2 or 3 commissioners present at every public hearing. Today, we've done just that, and they will be live streamed, so there are people all over the country and on X holding spaces for our hearings, and we love that. Please keep sharing the word, push out our information. Again, as Commissioner Hogue said, you can write in and send us your comments, and they will be included in our deliberations and in our, many of them will be included in our reports. How can you get involved? The best way you can get involved, Staten Island cannot be the last time we see some of you, correct? We need you following us. And let me just say it very plainly. In order for the governor and the legislators to take what we're doing seriously, they need to see a room packed like this. And I am so appreciative of having a full house today, where they've even had to bring out additional chairs. So we need full houses. We need you to go back home after our public hearings and say, you know what, you're missing out, you're not there. Join them wherever we are. We used to have a group of people who traveled through to every one of our meetings. I don't see them here today. They may be on their way. They're here. They're here.
I saw.
All right. They travel with us. I mean, and haven't really missed any of our public hearings. We love that. Tell someone else, because we know that one voice is important, but a multitude of voices speak volumes, and we want the legislators, whoever they are, to pay attention to the work that we're doing. And you're spending your time here with us. We appreciate you so much. Just pass the word on. There are a lot of ways to get involved. Those are also on our website, so we won't belabor that point. We are not currently hiring. This is an old slide, and so we're really happy to be staffed up and let the work really do what the work does. We're excited now to start hearing from the experts that we have here today. Absolutely, sure. And before I get into the introduction of our first presenter, Ms. Debbie Ann Page, who is a historian and researcher from right here in Staten Island. So big ups to Ms. Page. Before I give you her introduction, let me make space for our Commissioner Dr. Ron Daniels to say a few words.
Well, good afternoon. My apologies for being late, but I'm a relatively new New Yorker, only about 30 years here. So when you only been here about 30 years, you miss places. So when I come to Staten Island, it's usually on my way somewhere else. And so my GPS has had me, I had an excellent tour in the last hour of Staten Island, so that's why I'm somewhat late. But I'm delighted to be here. I must say that when I was an independent candidate for president in 1992, we did have some supporters here, and we did have an event at a bar, a labor bar, whatever, and it was really, really nice, and we've got some friends and allies here. I think it's already been said that not only is Staten Island important, the whole state of New York is important. The whole world is, the eyes of the world are now on New York. California having done its job, we have learned much from California, so it's our turn to talk about not only enslavement down south, but up south. And it is really astounding what we as commissioners have been learning, and we appreciate you coming to share your knowledge, and a lot of that knowledge is right here on Staten Island. So we're ready for the revolution.
All Right, I love it. Ready for the revolution. If Dr. Hamilton is still in the Zoom and he would like to bring words, please, if you're able to catch him, if he's there, we'd love to hear from him before we get to Ms. Page. And if not, you can let us know, give us a signal when he is back, and if he'd like to say something, we'd be happy to hear from him. This is his wheelhouse, as we say. Okay, so, oh, there he is. You're muted.
I want to offer gratitude to my fellow commissioners, New Yorkers, and everyone else in the audience, presenters, and very grateful to be on this quest to rectify horrible things that have happened in the past with a purpose of promoting a brighter future.
Amazing. Thank you, Dr. Hamilton.
Doctor is always, he always succinct. He always like, boom.
He's like, I don't have to be all day. I love it. All right, so without any further delay, I would love to introduce Ms. Debbie Ann Page. I'm very pleased to introduce her. She is a public historian specializing in local African American history. She's a co-president of the newly chartered Richard B. Dickinson Staten Island chapter of the Afro-American Historical and Genealogical Society, AAHGS. And she is Oz. Okay. Oz. And she is also a professional genealogist. She has worked in numerous local history projects, including In Pursuit of Freedom with the Brooklyn Historical Society, From Farm to City with the Staten Island Museum, the designation of the Louis Napoleon House as a site to freedom with the National Park Services, Underground Railroad Network, on behalf of the Sandy Ground Historical Society and the City Council street naming of the corner of Fairview Avenue and Knox Place as Samuel A. Brown Way in the Castleton Hills section of Staten Island. Debbie Ann holds a BS in Business Studies from Southern New Hampshire University and both a BA and MA in History from the College of Staten Island, CUNY. She and her husband of more than 30 years, almost 40. They more than 30 years ago resettled on Staten Island after Ernest retired from the USN in 2004. Their son Eric lives in Brazil and daughter English lives on Staten Island. Welcome, Miss Debbie Ann Page. In this building. Look at that.
Oh,
the clicker, yeah.
Sorry about that. Got it all figured out.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we got you.
Okay, perfect. So, one, I'm going to thank the commissioners for having me.
Absolutely.
It was a little tumultuous. I'm going to ask everyone for some grace and mercy. I was presenting in Williamsburg, Virginia yesterday, and I left there at 4 a.m. so that I could be here to make sure I was here.
Thank
because
you.
Thank you so much.
And I want to really thank my community members for coming out, for doing this, and supporting me, and supporting this just so important initiative. All right, so since I don't have a lot of time, I got a lot of slides, I'm going to run through it. If I'm going too fast, just slow me down, but I'm trying to get through them, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm also going to ask for some grace and mercy on the fonts. You'll see later. Okay, so let's see. I can never get these things to work. Am I not doing it? Ah, there we go. So I'm going to give you a brief introduction to African Americans on Staten Island. Oh boy, I'm not going to be able to read this. Can I stand behind you?
Of course. You want to sit here? You want to sit?
Oh, bless you.
You can
Of
sit right
course,
there.
come on.
Yep.
We're all family.
Yep, and you don't even need to hold the mic.
Oh, nice.
We'll turn you on.
Sitting
Oh,
in this
my
stick.
word. Oh, yes.
That's better?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
thank you. All right, so. Thank you. Oh, that's great. African Americans have sustained an unbroken presence on the island from the 17th century landing of the Dutch
all the way through today. Black Staten Island has endured enslavement, resisted African colonization, pursued freedom through networks like the Underground Railroad. Black Staten Island served in the American Revolution, the Civil War, endured draft riots, Reconstruction, struggled through the nadir. Black Staten Island participated in the Great Migration, created a way out of no way during World War II, and demonstrated lasting resilience from the civil rights movement through the present struggle for justice. So, from civil war to civil rights, Black Staten Islanders have resolutely resisted racism and intolerance while affirming and advancing our collective journey towards reparative justice. We'll start with the colonial period. The first record that I've been able to uncover of the Black presence on Staten Island is a passage in the Dutch colonial records that says the Indians being driven again aboard with the loss of our canoe, whereupon they came to Staten Island, shot some of the company's hogs, and plundered the house of the Negro. Dutch colonial records of 1640. So when 6 people came to Staten Island to colonize it, one of them was of African descent. In the colonial era, there's a passage in one of our local history books that says nearly all farmers had slaves in those days, and this is 1755. So Thomas Duncan, governor, here on Staten Island, this is a list of his inventory of enslaved persons. So we'll talk about examining race and wealth. This is one of the great stories for me. So slavery was foundational, obviously, and deeply entrenched as an institution in early United States and Staten Island. The economy of the early republic relied heavily on enslaved labor. Enslaved people in the North worked in various capacities. They were domestic service, skilled labor, and agriculture. More to Staten Island was agriculture. Staten Island was mostly a rural community of farms that required an abundance of labor to keep them prosperous. Slavery existed here just as it did in the South. Even as northern states began to abolish slavery through acts of gradual abolition, racial discrimination and segregation persisted, affecting both enslaved and free Black populations here on Staten Island. This is a 1790 census, and I want you to see that nearly 23%, nearly a quarter of the individuals here on Staten Island were Black. So if there's a little bit more than 3,800, 1 in 4. So if we count it off, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, you can get an idea of just how many Black people were walking around Staten Island in 1790. This is a list just of the town of Northfield. What you're seeing here are the enslavers, and the numbers next to them are the people who they enslaved. And this is just for the town of Northfield. Every town on Staten Island, which there are 4, Northfield, Westfield, Castleton, and Southfield, all had enslaved peoples toiling there. Here's a story of a man named Samuel Disaway, AKA Free Sam. Sam was able to maneuver and traverse the travails of slavery. In a record that I found, recorded the following instrument in one of the records. It says, "Tyne, a Black woman, the wife of Free Sam, the first day of September in the year of our Lord, 1808, and that date is going to be key." So she's asking for this record to be put into the town records. Sam entered into an agreement with a woman named Hannah Bedell, who inherited Tyna from her husband in a will in 1780. Sam entered in a mortgage agreement to purchase his wife. And it began in the year 1787, December 1st, just 3 months after the Constitution was ratified. It took him nearly 10 years to pay off the mortgage on his wife. And I say it that way, nearly 10 years to pay off the mortgage on his wife. Finally, at the end of the mortgage, the mortgage was entered into as 65 pounds, New York money. When it ended and he was paid in full, he paid 91 pounds, 5 shillings and 4 pence. Almost 30 pounds more based on the 10 years of interest that he paid for his wife. And you'll see it here at the bottom in 1800 that Sam Disway had 5 people living in the house. So not only did Sam have himself and his wife, but obviously he had, more than likely, I should say, he had 3 children with him. This is the will of John Bedell, where he lovingly bequeaths Tina to his wife. I give and bequeath to my dearly beloved wife, Hannah, the sum of 200 pounds and my Negro wench, Tina. Loving. But Sam had a will as well. And in Sam's will, well, let me say this. Sam had a will. Then he had a codicil to the will. Then he had an amendment to the codicil to the will. Then he had an amendment to the amendment to the codicil to the will. Because what he realized was that he had given money, 100 pounds to his wife. And then he realized that after he passed, she was going to have a guardian. And that guardian would have access to all of her money. So he gave it to his executors on very specific terms. And then he says, and to my executors shall have the power to contract with the masters of such of my children as is slaves for their freedom. So if we look at this and we think about it, if Sam had had the extra 30 pounds plus the 100 pounds that he left to free his children, how much would that have been had he been able to turn it over and make that generational wealth for his family? So, the Acts for the Gradual Abolition of Slavery. That's kind of why we're here looking at it in New York State. So I'm just going to kind of go through it briefly. The Gradual Abolition Act of 1799 declared all children born to enslaved mothers after July 4th free. The children, although free, were mandated to serve as indentured servants to the enslaver of their mothers. The births were registered in a town book to keep track of the children and in turn their service. The law required that their unpaid labor be given in service until age 28 for males and 25 for females. However, the contracts that we've been able to uncover, many of them state until the age of 21. Those enslaved before July 4, 1799 remained enslaved for life. Then, the enslavers had the option to abandon the right to the children's unpaid labor, turning the children into paupers of the town and wards of the overseers of the poor. The overseers of the poor would in turn find new quote-unquote masters to re-indenture the children. The children remained in the home, and the enslavers collected money for the town to care for them. The law was refined in 1817 by urging the New York State Governor, Daniel D. Tompkins, a Staten Islander, to stipulate that all enslaved peoples would be free by July 4th, 1827. That's the overview. I want us to take a minute and look at the baby. I want us to take a minute and look at the baby. I want us to take another minute and look at the baby. What's the process of gradual abolition? Step 1. All are required to file a certificate of birth within the 9 months, effectively acting as a record of future labor availability. The registration included the name, the age, and sex of every child born. Step 2 is the abandonment process. They abandon his or her right to such service by notification of the same under his or her and these are quotes out of the law. Official notice was given to the town clerk. Every child abandoned should be considered as paupers of the respective town. The children were then listed on the rolls of the overseers of the poor. The children were liable to be bound out by the overseers of the poor on the same terms and conditions of the children of paupers were subject to before the passing of the act. This is the first page of the town book for the town of Southfield here in Staten Island. And they write in, this is the conformity of the act of the legislator. They're saying, this is what we're doing. This is what we're mandated to do. Here's how this goes. This is the first certification of birth in the town of Southfield here on Staten Island. July 10th. So this is just a few days after July 4th. That this certifies that there was born in my family, and this is the only record that we have that someone says my family. The rest of them says my home or my house. Given a male Negro child by the name of Robin, given this 24th day of March, 1800. Witness my hand. The letter of abandonment says the town of Southfield on May the 1st, 1800, this is to certify that I, James Guyon, yeoman, have a male black child born in my house on the 7th day of November, 1799, named man, original. My right to the service of said child I do hereby abandon. This is the official process. Then the overseers of the four draw up a spreadsheet, an accounting, a ledger. It says boarding and clothing the undermentioned Negro children which are now living and were born of slaves, abandoned and agreeable to the law. And here we have man, born November 7, 1799, to James Guyon. But here it goes a little bit further. In this particular accounting, it says that the child has been there for 7 months. By law, they're paid up to $3.50. The town of Southfield has agreed on the number of $2. So this particular person has now gotten $14 for the month for housing this child. So if the child was abandoned in 1799, and we're now at 1803, every year, every month, for every year, this particular person, the enslaver of this child's mother, was getting from the government this amount of money, which is enriching his coffers, taking away from the town of Southfield, and in turn, still having these children indentured. This is what the indenture looks like. So, made this 22nd day of March, in the year of our Lord, 1106, a little boy named Tom. And the little boy's age is 4 years, 8 months, and 9 days. Let me say that again. The little boy is 4 years, 9 months, 8 months, and 9 days. He has lived with his mother, where the enslaver of his mother is gaining money every single month for the baby. And then one day, the overseers of the poor come in and take Tom by the hand at the age of 4, not quite 5, and they walk him out the door to be indentured to Nicholas Berger. And we all know Berger Avenue here on Staten Island, right? Nicholas Berger. This is a will of a man named Gozen Ryers. He was a legislator, and he was at the affirming convention for the Constitution. His will says, my Negro men, James and Joseph, I leave to be free. You're like, what? All right then. And then the next item says, it is my will and I do order and direct my executors hereinafter named to sell my other Negroes. Done. This is the quarantine station. We've talked about this, anyone who's seen my presentations before. Where's the quarantine station? We're on it right now. And the city of New York, the Common Council, which is the predecessor to our city council now, passed a law that allowed the building of this quarantine station, whereby every ship, international, national, and local, before you make it to the harbor of New York, before you get to wall and front, you're quarantined here for 2 to 3 days, up to 14 days, sometimes a month. If you are found sick, you're taken off and you're housed here at the Marine Hospital. This is Staten Island engaging in the global commerce of enslaved peoples. This ad says, run away on the 23rd from the quarantine ground, Staten Island, a Negro boy, has 3 marks on one of his cheeks just below the eye. The above Negro is an African. Meaning, this is the international trade in human cargo. And this young man found a way to escape, and they are trying to recoup either his body or money, and under threat that if anyone assists him, that they would be dealt with by law. I'm gonna try to get through these a little quicker. All right, I'm going to go through the antebellum period. In Staten Island, early 19th century, look at this. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 black churches, because we knew, although our numbers are small, that we needed to be in every town. The Stapleton Uami is the first in 1832. The second Asbury, which my colleague will talk about a little bit, in 1850. Rossville AME Zion Church, that is the Sandy Ground, 1852. Southfield AME Zion, that is in Stapleton, 1859. Mariners Harbor, St. John's, which is Edgewater. Methodist Episcopal Colored Mission begins and then becomes St. Philip's Baptist Church. We're good? Yes. All right. I am trying to get through this. What am I doing? There we go. So, this is one of my favorite stories to tell. It's an escape. This is how, when I was doing my master's degree, I wanted to talk about the Underground Railroad, and my professor was like, "You're not going to find anything, do something else." And I was like, "What?" He's like, "Why would they come to Staten Island?" I was like, "Why wouldn't they?" All right, so here we go. Escape. Thomas Hand of Captain May was killed on Wednesday last by a shot from a party of runaway Virginia quote-unquote Negroes. On nearing the blacks, a gun was fired from the whole boat. So Captain Hand finds out that there's some quote-unquote fugitives. These are self-emancipators, and they're coming up from the Chesapeake, and they're rolling up. And he's like, "All right, get the whaleboat, guys." And the whaleboat comes out, and they fire a shot to stop them. And immediately, a volley is fired back. It pierces Captain Hand's forehead. He dies immediately. His second in command was like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa." And the whaleboat goes back. They move on. And they come on up, and they roll in and out. But they finally make it, and it says, "The Negroes, when last seen, were shaping their course for New York." The following week, this is the Liberator newspaper by William Lloyd Garrison. It says here, "Our boatman reported 5 men, 2 women, 2 children, blacks landed on Staten Island on Saturday last." It talks about a pine pitch boat, and it ends by saying, "When last seen, they were with a Negro belonging to Staten Island on the road towards the ferry on the north side of the island. It is inferred with much plausibility that they are the identical fugitives referred to." If this is not the Underground Railroad, somebody needs to tell me something else. All right, I'm moving on. All right. So here we have, there's a gentleman by Louis Napoleon. We talked about him earlier, that we were able to establish his house as belonging to an important person who dealt with the Underground Railroad. And here we go. This is in the book for Sidney Howard Gay, who lived here in West Brighton. He was the managing editor of the Tribune, and he was also a station master for New York for the Underground Railroad. And he says here, he mentions Louis Napoleon, and he mentions Louis Napoleon again. So we know that this is our Louis Napoleon. And one of the things that I found as I went to the municipal archives was that, what is his occupation? Underground RR agent. I was like, "Did you see this? Did you see this?" Sorry, let me compose myself. All right. Also in New York, we had the American Colonization Society. Why am I bringing this up here? Because the secretary of the American Colonization Society was a man by the name of Reverend Gabriel P. Disaway. We heard the Disaway name before. This is a Methodist minister here on Staten Island from Westfield, which is the South Shore, and he's the secretary of the Colonization Society. This says that 65 immigrants, meaning they're outgoing, were driven from Kentucky and Tennessee by an agent of the Colonization Society. What happens is that people would leave people to be free in their wills, but only if they could get them to Liberia. So 50 of them did not want to go. They were like, "Nah, bro, my people been here since 1600. Where you going?" And they were like, "You gotta go. If you want to be free, you will go to Liberia. If you don't go to Liberia, you will be re-enslaved and sold off somewhere else." So this is a conditional freedom. And as they get there, it says, with the exception of 8 who did escape, they were snugly lodged on Staten Island and carefully guarded into jail. So they get here, the boat's not able to, they're waiting for the ship to go to Liberia, so they put them in jail, and they house them there until they can get to Liberia. The colonization resorts to this idea of, it justifies compulsory removal. Excuse me. All right. The draft riots. We know that the draft riots took place in New York City. My master's thesis is it's about the draft riots, and it's about this idea of violence and political violence that leads to the draft riots. We'll put it that way. So this is Thomas W. Cardozo of the Cardozo family, right? He is a free black man, born in South Carolina. His Jewish father dies. His mother brings him here to New York. He is a teacher here on Staten Island in Stapleton. And he is, a leader in the community. And so the black community, after they were terrorized by the draft riots, said to him, can you write a letter thanking those people who assisted us? And he says, at the request of the colored citizens of this place, I take this method of thanking our friends and benefactors in greatly alleviating our necessities since the riddling of houses during the riot on Staten Island, on the island. The Richmond County Gazette, however, says no Negroes were hung. No Negroes were hung as stated in the city papers. Some were kicked and beaten as they were met upon the highways. Many quiet colored persons remained in their homes unmolested. However, at the end of the draft riots, these individuals, all people of African descent, submitted this amount of money to the county clerks, to the county supervisors rather, for reimbursement from the devastation that was sustained by them during the draft riots. You'll see the grand total in 1863 was $12,283. However, when I first did this in 2016, it was $228,564. 10 years later, that money would have been $453,986, almost $500,000 worth of damage. So, okay, I think these are the wrong slides, but I'm gonna swing with it. Yeah, these are the wrong slides. It's okay. So here, 2 doors down from this space, we know that Eric Garner lost his life. 108 years prior to that, there was a Marine by the name of James Marbine. There was the Nelson-Gans fight. You can look it up. It's the longest fight ever, and this is why we now have rounds when we're doing boxing. They went for like 26 rounds just beating each other. And so Gans is the person of African descent, and he beats the snot out of Nelson. And so James Marbine's like, yeah, check this out. We can beat the white guy any day. And they get mad. Come on, let's fight. And James Marbine's like, nah, bro, pow, take that. And he runs. And they catch him at the foot of the street, and they drag him back to the bar, and they put a rope around his neck. The police come and intervene and take the rope off of his neck and take him to jail, and saves his life by doing that. Where did this happen? At the foot of Bay and Victory, right here. So 108 years prior to the murder of Eric Garner, the police did their job.
Wow.
So here we go. Prejudice here is worse than in the South. Mrs. Dickinson was from Tennessee. She's from Nashville, which, by the way, in the 19th century had one of the worst race riots in the country post-Reconstruction. So she comes in and she says, all right, I'm going to go visit there, but let me do this whole thing. A few days were spent in New York City and Staten Island. She states that the latter place is mostly a recluse for Poles, Irish, Dutch, Jews, and almost every other nation. The Negro on Staten Island has no show for work. And I was like, what? What are you saying? No show for work? His help is not wanted. Prejudice is worse there than in the South. And this is a woman whose family had experienced the worst race riot in the country at that date. This is what redlining looks on Staten Island in the 1937. All those spots on red, so you'll notice that the spots on red on the East Coast, those are historically white neighborhoods, traditionally white neighborhoods However, those are the neighborhoods that were affected the most by Hurricane Sandy. As we look at the other red line spaces on that map, those are the places where all of the African Americans live on Staten Island, mostly. So we talked about the wonder of the sandy ground and the importance of the sandy ground. D21 is the sandy ground, and it is redlined in 1937. And I can't see to read all of it to you, but basically they're like, there's no sewers, there's no sidewalks, there's no this, there's no that. And that comes from the government not building out that community as they're building out other communities on Staten Island. But I will say this here, it says remote transportation, no sewer, no gas, no this, no that, and that the population of African Americans is 60%. So this is intentional, as we already know, but this is our evidentiary proof of that thing happening. So, do we see Medgar Evers? Yeah. All right. Medgar Evers joins the Army, and he's stationed here on Staten Island for a few months before he leaves to go to Europe. But he's stationed here in a stevedore segregated unit. And him being in the segregated unit is one of the things that he abhorred the most. And this is what leads him to his philosophy as he is managing and traversing and wonderment of the NAACP. There's a story that there's a white woman who's raped by a black soldier here on Staten Island, or accused of raping a white woman. In this, there are 5,000 stevedores stationed here on Staten Island. Where? Just a few feet down that way on Bay Street, right? So it's Fox Hills Terminal. And in this Fox Hills Terminal, every stevedore that is trained in the U.S. Army during World War II is stationed here. Black people are abundant at this time. And the white community is frightened, and they're like, oh, we got to do something. And so they say that there's this crime wave that's happening. And in this crime wave, they say it's these soldiers. So the soldiers are now relegated just to being on the base. If they try to leave the base, they get on a bus. If they can't get off the bus, and it goes to the ferry. They go to the ferry, they go to Manhattan, they go wherever they want to go, and they're having a good time. They come back, they get back on that bus, and they go back to the base. That's it. So they create what they call the Booker T. Washington Servicemen Center, because the USO on Staten Island is also segregated, and so there's nowhere for these guys to have any kind of recreation. By the way, we have black wax here on Staten Island as well. The first, how do I say this? The first WAC in the Army to receive the title of first sergeant was stationed here on Staten Island, and she's from Virginia, but it's a black woman. So with all of this stuff going on, and there's no, we don't have recreation, they send Joe Lewis, because he's at the New York Port of Embarkation at Camp Shanks in Rockland County, so they send him down here for temporary duty. Come on, go get that boxing thing going so that, we can make them happy. And this is how we get these two leaders of our community here on Staten Island. This is the Servicemen Center. I wish we had the other set, but all right. So this is in 1866. Oh, this is so bad. This is the draft. Yeah. No, this is the draft that I sent yesterday.
Oh,
this is
okay.
not the.
It's not the one.
This is not the one.
Okay.
So maybe we can make it available. But anyway, because it's not going to have the rest of the stuff in it. Okay. So this is one thing I did want you all to see. This is a map from 1896. And maps are really important because they let us know where we are, right? Let me say that again. Maps let us know where we are. There's a little thing right there in the middle of that map under Red Bank that this is what they call it. And I typically don't use this word in public, but this time I feel it's necessary. The name of the place is called Niggerhead Rock, a large boulder at the foot of the bluff at Lighthouse Hill, Princess Bay, known as a landmark. So, if we think about this, what's happening is that they say, oh, do you know how to get to so-and-so? Yes, just make a left turn at Niggerhead Rock. If you go 3 blocks towards Niggerhead Rock, bring that sailboat around and park it by Niggerhead Rock. Understand what the Black community would have endured in 1896 looking at this map. I don't think that I have anything else. Oh, I'm so sorry. All right, okay. This is the case of Sam Brown, where we talked about the naming of the street naming. Sam Brown came up from D.C., married a woman from Stapleton. They were a very prominent Black family. He was a mail carrier and tried to buy a house in Castleton Corners. Bought the house. And immediately his neighbors were like, oh, we could buy the house from you. And he's like, I don't want to buy the house. I want to stay here. That's why I bought the house. And they were like, well, if they went and they had his insurance canceled. Because if you don't have insurance, you're done. Yeah. So he lost the money for that insurance. Then he went and found some more insurance. They had that insurance canceled as well. And they did this maybe 5 times. Wow. That still wasn't deterring him, because there was an unspoken, unwritten covenant that you couldn't sell to anyone other than people who were white. And so in this, he then he gets a letter from the KKK that says, move out now, or we're going to kill your family. And we know where your wife works. She was a school teacher. And we see your children sitting on the thing. So he writes to the NAACP. Walter White, all of them get involved. They're like, oh, let's see what we can do. I'm not quite sure. And so these are the newspaper and how they're portraying Sam Brown. And when I talk to my students, I say to them, find out who is what leanings does that news arm or the news organ possess, because you're going to get different stories. And it's up to you to read both and then try to parse through what is most relevant. But I'm just going to kind of go through this quick. But you can see this lasted for quite some time. Finally, he sued them, and he was like, all right. They stopped this. They sued him for an undisclosed amount of money. They all agreed, and so he was able to stay in his house and raise his family. Frederick Douglass is the cemetery here on Staten Island that is now woefully underfunded and needs a lot of assistance. They're actually having their board meeting here on Staten Island today. But Frederick Douglass is what I call the first FUBU cemetery, because in their organizing documents, they say it's 12 funeral directors from Harlem that say, we're doing this for us, by us. And the New York Age is ecstatic, and they're like, Frederick Douglass Memorial Park, a 53-acre cemetery. Look how beautiful this place is to be controlled by Negroes. Who were on the original board? People like Adam Clayton Powell Sr. And all of these well-known, well-connected individuals were like, yep, this is something that we have to do. And we're here on Staten Island as we're doing it. Okay, all right, so we're done. I'm just going to show you now that Park Hill started out as a moderate income, and then they subsidized it. In the subsidy, they were saying things like, oh, let the government pay your rent, and then we had an influx of people of African descent who came in, and then the owners abandoned it, and this is what we get. And so here we have all of these articles that are just dogging Park Hill, and Park Hill sits now that it has been underfunded, it has been undertaken care of. It is a difficult place to live in, just based on this idea of abandonment by private owners who are getting government money. So that's what I got, guys. Thank you.
Ms. Page, we didn't want you to run away so quickly. We cannot open questions up to the audience, but we would like, if there are comments or questions from the commissioners, if you don't mind staying. We didn't want you to run away. We want to hear more, but we do have two others, so we appreciate you so much. That was amazing. No, you're fine, you're fine. Let me turn it over to you first, Dr. Daniels, and then Commissioner Holmes.
Yeah, that was indeed. I mean, let's give him another round of applause. Great. Again, these sessions have been so educational. I just had a question on the damages that for the giraffe riots. Were they ever paid?
They were.
Okay, I just wanted to.
It took them 6 months longer than the white community. The white community received their payments immediately. And it took them going back up to 6 months in order to receive their payments, but from my understanding, they got paid.
Second question I have is you focused on the question of redlining, and I'm wondering that was not enslavement. So is there a reason why you talked about redlining?
So the places that were redlined are historically black neighborhoods in Staten Island, and those come from where the most enslaved people were. They kind of stayed after emancipation. People are like, oh, they went back because they liked it. No, they didn't have anywhere to go, so they remained in those spaces. And Northfield and Westfield, like you can see the numbers. They were the places where most people were enslaved, and so they stayed in these neighborhoods. They built out these neighborhoods, and then the government comes in later with this, HOLC, and they decide that they're gonna decimate these neighborhoods. So I thought for me, there's a direct correlation to it.
Okay, and well, it is because I think the legislation also talks about the lingering effects. So I just wanted to underline that. Quickly, also.
What legislation are you talking about?
Oh, the New York State reparations legislation refers to that. Thirdly, quickly, the cemetery currently is you say it's in disrepair now?
It is.
Currently?
It is. So there was, and here's the difficulty. They had some difficulties back in the 90s. The government had sued them for back taxes and things like that. They had gone through a bunch of, maybe 3 receivers, all white. The first 2 stole a lot of money from the cemetery. They got off with slaps on the wrist, and the last receiver was able to actually help to reconstitute the board, and so they're now trying to dig out of a lot. They were able to get the back money put aside, and so now they're starting from this position of, all right, here we're kind of at behind the 8 ball, but they're still burying people there. They're still working on it, but the place doesn't look like it should. And so they're working on getting some money, getting people to come in and help to help bring it back to its glory.
Yeah, I quickly take note of that because I think what we're finding is these burial grounds and sites, if they're not burial grounds, there are other sites, but particularly the burial grounds that have a particular significance. Yep. In the history of African people in this country.
If I might, there were people buried there that we should all know about, like the people who were killed at Attica, the 6 men. There was a group in Brooklyn who paid for the burials, and they shut down the Verrazano Bridge, and they brought them over the bridge, and they buried them at 8 o'clock at night because Frederick Douglass was the only place that would take these bodies and give them the decent burial that they deserved. And so there are images in the newspapers for these individuals. There are wealthy people, there are prominent people, and they've been lost to history. John Royal, who was like the first person to run for political office in Manhattan, is buried there. He was a realtor. I could go on, but you get the idea.
Right. And then finally, quickly, I just want to cite our late, great leader of H.R. 40, Sheila Jackson Lee. And she and we had an opportunity to play a leading role in taking H.R. 40 to where it is today. But at one stage in that process, she insisted on narrative. She insisted on not sugarcoating or whitewashing this history. And I want to commend you again, and all of the folks who have been doing that, but we've been hearing it over and again, but particularly you again.
Thank you.
For capturing that narrative, because this is the raw material that we have to put on the table for people to understand the depth of the pain and the injury that has occurred. So I just wanted to cite that and to, again, commend you in the name of Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, who also insisted that that be an important part of the record. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So much.
Thank you.
So you can't run. I just you
Oh,
can
yes,
you can sit there for one more second. It's no further questions. It's just another thank you for an amazing educational walk, and I really appreciate. And Doctor told me to hurry up because we got to get on time. But no, I really appreciate when you pause several times to remind us that these were babies and people. Because when we talk about historical events that happen, we just talk in numbers and statistics. And that's how we were treated, as numbers and statistics and property. So for you to pause and being intentional about saying, hey, these are people just like they are people today and families that are being impacted. Thank you so much for that. And I don't know if we discussed this yet. It would be great to get the draft you intended to be able to post on our website so individuals have access to that. So thank you so much, and thank you, Doctor.
Oh, thank you. Let's give Ms. Page another round of applause. Excellent. And again, I tell you, she already had her plans to go to William and Mary School to make a presentation. If it weren't for, and I forgot to mention Dr. Jackie Cody, we wouldn't have these Staten Island connections that we've made. So thank you, Dr. Cody. Another one who travels throughout the state with us. So what I want to do, we can recapture a little time, which is impossible, right? I'm going to read both short bios of Dr. Malveaux and Dr. Perry, and then I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Malveaux. I'm going to ask Jessie if she would definitely be back there waving hands, okay? Because we want to make sure we get to hear both of them, and that the commissioners are able to interact with them, especially Dr. Hamilton, if he is still with us. So without delaying any further, let me introduce to you all Dr. Julianne Malveaux. When I walked in and saw her, I told her I was honored. She is history among us. She is the president emerita of Bennett College for Women and HBCU. We love it. She's an economist, author, and commentator who is a popular writer who has appeared in USA Today, Black Issues in Higher Education, Ms. Magazine, Essence Magazine, and The Progressive, and many, many more. She's well known for appearances on national network programs, including CNN, BET, PBS, NBC, ABC, Fox News, MSNBC, now known as MS Now, CNBC, C-SPAN, and many others. Dr. Malveaux is booked to offer commentary on subjects ranging from economics to women's rights and public policy. A committed activist and civic leader, Dr. Malveaux has held positions in women's civil rights and policy organizations. Currently, she serves on the board of the Economic Policy Institute, the Recreation Wish List Committee of Washington, D.C., I love that title, and the Librarian Education Trust. Malveaux is also president of Push Excel, which is the educational branch of Rainbow Push Coalition. That is Dr. Julianne Malveaux. And I apologize for the misspelling of her first name on our presentation. Now let me pivot over to Dr. Andre Perry. Andre M. Perry is a senior fellow and director of the City Center of Community Uplift at the Brookings Institute. He is also a professor of practice of economics at Washington University in St. Louis. He is nationally known and a respected commentator on race, structural inequality, and education. Dr. Perry is the author of the book, Black Power Scoreboard, Measuring the Racial Gap and What We Can Do to Close It, published by Metropolitan Books in April of 2025. Brookings Press published Dr. Perry's previous book, Know Your Price, Valuing Black Lives and Property in America's Black Cities, and that was published in 2020. Dr. Perry is a regular contributor to MSNBC and has been published by numerous national media outlets, including the New York Times, the Washington Post, The Nation, Bloomberg City Lab, and CNN. Dr. Perry's recent scholarship at Brookings examines the well-being across racial groups and regions in America, focusing on investment in critical assets and how that can lead to thriving. Perry's pioneering work on assets devaluation has made him a go-to researcher for policymakers, community development professionals, and civil rights groups. Dr. Perry co-authored the groundbreaking 2018 Brookings Institution report, The Devaluation of Assets in Black Neighborhoods, and has presented in findings on the price of homes in Black neighborhoods across the country, including in the U.S. House Financial Services Committee. These are our new next presenters. We welcome Dr. Julianne Malveaux first, and then Dr. Perry. Welcome, Dr. Malveaux.
And as Dr. Malveaux is making her way up, we want to remind you that if you wish to have comments today as a part of our public hearing, that you make sure that you have signed up to speak, and so individuals will be able to speak in order that they signed up. So thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr.
Well, thank you. First of all, thank you all for doing this. Dr. D, Dr. Hamilton. I have two friends on this commission.
All right.
And Dr. Hamilton, I could get here from D.C. Brother Man could not get here from Manhattan.
You got her.
And this one here has lived in New York forever. How he get lost? But I will confess, this is only the second time I've been to Staten Island, and I lived in New York back in the day. All right. The only time I came, and some brother with a good rap said, you might like the ferry.
All right.
Well, the ferry was fun, but the brother wasn't.
We are live streaming, just so you know. Hopefully,
I think he's still alive.
He's still alive.
It's all good in the neighborhood. Yeah. Dr. D did not warn me to be appropriate, but from time to time he does have to remind me to be appropriate, and I will be appropriate. I really, first of all, want to thank you for the opportunity to be here and to testify. I want to be really clear. Reparations is not a symbolic exercise. It is an economic one. Underline it, an economic exercise. We are here because harm was done, harm that many would like to minimize. You know, we have someone who lives in the house that enslaved people built. Let me repeat that. I don't call it that house, I call it the house that enslaved people built. Because we have to be clear. I tell the ancestors all the time, I say, y'all, could you let one of those beams drop? Just one of them. And I'm hoping the ancestors are listening. But in any case, in a time when we have systematic erasure of our people and their contribution, Sister, your presentation was so very important. I didn't know anything about black people on Staten Island. All I knew was about the Archie Bunkers and those. That's the image that you have of Staten Island, is working class white people. And God bless them, because we would not have a country without working class people, which is something that that man seems to have forgotten. That working class people are our backbone. But we would not have a United States were it not for the work of enslaved people. Be really clear. I mean, we built that house. We built the Capitol Rotunda. You know, anything that's here, we built it. And when we built it, they wanted to erase the fact that we did build it. And so the harm was not just monetary harm, the psychological harm, and not accidental harm. It was deliberate, policy-driven economic harm. It was measured in stolen land, stolen labor, missed opportunities, and suppressed wealth. And Dr. D, I'm going to come to a little bit of this when I talk, but Sister Girl, you asked her why did she focus on redlining? And because redlining is a basic outcome of enslavement. You could be treated like nothing. You could be told that your property rights had no value. You could have a federal agency, the Federal Housing Administration, write legislation to devalue our property. They would not give, here's what they did. They said that our neighborhoods, Harlem, others, were unstable. And their indication of instability was integrated neighborhoods. And so once they decided that a neighborhood was integrated, i.e. unstable, you couldn't get a loan. Because who's gonna loan in an unstable neighborhood? And what they did is went through, and what the term redlining comes, put red lines around neighborhoods that we lived in. So although, I mean, even the GI Bill that provided many opportunities for black people, well, for basically military, restricted our abilities. And some of the stuff, when you read this stuff, and Dr. D, this is my dear friend, he's on my case. I'm laid on a book, working title, Lynching Culture, the Wealth Gap and Reparations, because there's a straight line between lynching and reparations. Lynching culture, the wealth gap, and reparations, all connected. But when you read some of this stuff, you have to like crack up. But it also is, you know, for me, I mean, I can't tell you how many evenings I've cried reading about some of these lynchings, reading about some of the things that have happened to our people, and with basically no recourse for us, because the law did not necessarily protect us. And so and I'm gonna go into this a bit, but I did wanna just shout out our sister Debbie Ann Page, because I enjoyed that presentation so much. You are a heck of a storyteller, and you make it come to life. And as I said, I didn't know anything about black people on Staten Island. I know there were some, because there's some everywhere. I mean, I did an article for Essence years ago, and someone said, do they have any black people in Maine? I said 0.5%, but we're everywhere. And there are all kinds of reasons for that. But anyway, when we talk about quantifying harm, we're talking about putting numbers to what was taken and has compounded generation after generation. But we also have to talk about that which is beyond the numbers. NARC, the National African American Reparations Commission, that Dr. D is the convener of, and I have been a member, has a 10-point plan. And the 10-point plan does talk about cash payments and other things, but don't get it twisted. If you gave everybody a check today, you would not ameliorate the harm. Right. So we're not just oppressed, we're black people, an economic engine. We built wealth that we were never allowed to claim. And after emancipation, that extraction did not end, it evolved through sharecropping, redlining, exclusion from federal programs, and the systematic destruction of our communities. And there is whenever I go home to San Francisco, where I'm from, and I grew up in the Bernal, which was very racially mixed. I think our predominant ethnicity might have been Filipinos. But it was some of everybody. But adjacent is Bayview Hunters Point, shipbuilding, black folks, which is now not totally, about 70% gentrified. You go to the Fillmore, where I spent many a night sliding out the house unbidden so I get some jazz music in. The Fillmore ain't no more. It's changed. The black population of San Francisco went from about 15% when I was coming up to between 3 and 5%. And we don't want to call out the 3 because they may make that happen. But some of the demographers have said, just use the term 3 to 5. And what that means is that the nostalgia, the, not only the nostalgia, the building. Jazz greats used to live in the Mo. Like I said, that was the greatest thing to do is to find some brother who's a little older than you, had a car, stand outside your window so you could climb out. One time, my mama, bless her soul, locked the window so I couldn't get back in. And then she locked the door too. And then she told my siblings not to let me in. So I fixed her. I laid out in the yard. The whole neighborhood could see me. I laid out in the yard crying, oh, I can't get in the house. The neighbors called the police. They said, this child, you can't have this child in 40-degree weather sleeping in the yard. Oh, I got her for that one. But I got her too. She was not happy with me. Anyway, this is what we're losing. We're losing dollars, but we're also losing that sense of the community, what we built, what we had. And so the question before this commission is not whether harm occurred, it's whether we're prepared to measure it and then to take it seriously. So we want to talk about the economic impact, the measurable harm, how it was compounded over time, and the question of what was taken. Now, this brother here and I, Mr. Hoge, he said he has a hard time with the script.
Yes, I do.
Me too.
I know, it's all right.
When you said that, I had to crack up because I have all these notes and I probably ain't gonna read one of them. No, I'll probably read one or two. But, and I've submitted a slideshow. Okay, Jesse, help a sister out.
We can advance it for you if you like.
Okay, well, I may not use it anyway, but let's advance it so I use it as a spine. Okay, so there we go. Okay, so basically the core argument that I'm going to make here is that black wealth was built and stolen through public policy, through official public policy. And basically, a lot of people want to talk, but we don't have any money because we don't work. I don't know anybody who works harder than a slave. I don't know who works any harder than a woman on public assistance who tries to pull that money, stretch that money to take care of all that. So we keep hearing these stories about behavior, but this is not about behavior. This is about structure. And behavioral comments need to be rejected in kind. Reparations is nothing more than economic justice. Next slide, please. So here's some of the ways that we quantify harm. Unpaid labor, land theft, housing discrimination, and credit exclusion. The credit exclusion is directly a function of the FHA and the Home Mortgage Assistance Authority. These are United States agencies that essentially decided that we would make it more difficult for us. I don't know if I'm in line with my slides or not, and I kind of am going to ignore them. But 3 things you have to remember about New York in particular. And I think you said this morning, Brother Hogue, you said, and then you just showed a slide and said it's just as bad there, up south, what people called it, just as bad. And one of the things about New York, New Jersey, they crack me up. These are places that are supposed to be so liberal, but they had gradual emancipation. New Jersey had the same thing, but very similar. They reflected each other. But what is gradual emancipation? What does it mean? Part free? And these little children enslaved from 4 years old, never really knowing. Those are some of the kind of things we have to think about. But then New York in particular. Well, first of all, we can talk about Wall Street's role in enslavement and oppression was that we became collateral for oppression. They basically valued us, got mortgages based on our value, and then went to buy more land and expand their holdings. Northerners like to think they have clean hands, but when you are valuing my person and using it as collateral, you are diminishing me. Who knows about Seneca Village? You must, because you're New Yorkers. This is a horrible story. Central Park was one of the few places where black people could actually own land. And there were very few places. All of that glorious Central Park, was once the homes of enslaved people. Eventually, through eminent domain, they took it. They took it. Now, eventually, they paid out about, in today, $700,000, which today's dollars would be about $24 million. But that understates the issue. Central Park is New York's crowning glory. Everybody talks about Central Park. Do you talk about that thing? You stole that. Stole it just up and, shoplifted it, Crime that some people are often accused of. Let's accuse the governors of New York of shoplifting. And this is not petty theft either. You don't spend much time for petty theft. This is serious theft. This is grand theft. And that was what was taken here. So when you think about reparations, think about Seneca Village. Think about those folks. This is about 1830. They didn't have anything. They had come here. They had been enslaved. They put their pennies together and did what they had to do to what? Find a place to live, and then they took it. Think about San Juan Hill. That's Lincoln Center. Again, the pride of New York. 7,000 black and brown people, low income, were run out of their apartments. That's it. They were dispersed. Again, like my beloved Fillmore, communities were fractured. And that's just how it was. And of course, we can tell the story of Harlem, which I may come back to. I want to, for a moment, though, see, this didn't just happen in New York. My dear friend, Areva Martin, and Dr. D knows her well, we went to Palm Springs, California, where they decided all the rich people want to be in Palm Springs. So they ran the black people out. Now, we lived there, black and brown people lived there because we were the servants. But they wanted to take the servants' place. They burnt the people out. They literally burnt them out. We had a lady, I think you were there when the sister testified, her dad built their house with his hands. They burnt them out. But what Areva and I were able to do was to put a number around what had happened. And what we did is looked at the value of the homes in about 1960 when they were appraised. Then we looked at what could have been had they kept those homes, using compound interest and other things to show what they had. We came up with a hard number loss of between 400 billion and 4 trillion, depending on the interest rate that we used, depending on how we valued the things. We valued both the homes, but also their goods, their things, their clothing, because they burned up everything. We heard stories of people who descended into alcoholism, depression, stories of people who disappeared, just that they couldn't find them anymore. I mean, I know how to do this. I'm not asking for a job, but if y'all hired me, we could show you how to value. And the reason I raise that is because people get their drawers twisted around a number. We want a number, a definitive number. Well, number one, this is more than numbers. Number two, there are ways to get to the number. Number three, why y'all get so paranoid when you talk about money and black people? See, just yesterday, somebody asked for $200 billion. Billion, which is 200,000 million. Asked for that for an activity that he can't even define. There's no end game. All there is a request for $200 billion That's 200,000 millions of dollars. Give me a break. Whenever it comes to something else, we can find the money. But when it comes to reparations, when it comes to repair, when it comes to fixing, we don't have enough money for that. And so that's the first thing out of California, where they came up with a couple numbers. Nobody focused on the 1,100 page report. I hope y'all don't have 1,100 pages, because then I'm gonna have to read them. But the people did not focus on the 1,100 page report, they just focus on the number. Yeah. And that there is something that is said, people do not want African-American people, descendants of enslaved people, to be made whole. But the issue is to make people whole. And to make people whole, but you got to pay. And it's not just dollars. You got to pay repair. Look at our health. If you take health indicators, high blood pressure, diabetes, you can just call the rule of what we call the black diseases. Now, white people get them too, but that's usually because they black adjacent. They've been eating our food and hanging out with us. And so therefore, the people come to your house, you got fried chicken. Nope. Go Popeyes. But in any case, all people have diseases, but we just have to be really clear of the harm. The harm in terms of our communications networks. How many black radio stations have we lost? Black bookstores now experiencing a resurgence. Experiencing one now after many have been run out of business. My favorite bookstore in the whole wide world, Marcus Books, is always sitting there. We're about to go out of business. We're about to go out of business. But the city keeps changing rules on them. And we can go through, as I said, our health, our wealth, our communities, our communication centers. We're losing our black newspapers. And so we can't just take this to a number. We have to talk about the number and then the rippling effects of the number. So basically, there's Seneca Village, and then we all know the story of Harlem. I love me some Harlem. We all do. But black people were restricted to certain areas. It wasn't just redlining. There were restricted covenants where you could not sell to black people. You mentioned that in what you were talking about here in Staten Island, but it happened all over the country. Hattie McDaniel, our favorite first black woman to get an Academy Award, had a restricted covenant issue. And she was blessed that the NAACP partnered with 30 or 40 of her neighbors to make restricted covenants outlawed. They said that these things are illegal. But again, that was the way of taking people's land. Louise Little, Malcolm X's mother, owned a piece of land, but there was a restricted covenant. So those people worked as hard as they could to try to take her land. And she fought that thing. She fought that thing. She fought that thing so hard, they believed she was crazy. Because anytime a black woman stands up for herself, we got to be crazy, So sign me up for crazy.
I love it.
But basically, they basically, as Malcolm said himself, the white system was the cause of the demise of my family. And we go through and find that again. Again, when sisters chose to open their mouths, something bad happened to them. Who knows about Mary Turner? Mary Turner was a black woman. Okay, so there's this dude named Hamp Smith. He was a white man who, this was post Reconstruction, about 1819. He was known for, under the sharecropping system, beating his workers. People knew that. He beat people. Well, this brother had enough of that. Maybe he went crazy. Maybe he was sane. Whatever he did, he went and shot Hamp Smith and killed him. He also shot his wife. She didn't die. No comment. In any case, so they hung that Negro, of course. They hung him. And then for the next 13 days, they hung another black person. Either his cousin, his church member, somebody, they just hung him. Why? Because they could. The last person they hung was Mary Turner's husband. She was 19 years old. and pregnant, 9 months pregnant. She went down to the city center and said, y'all not gonna kill my husband, I want an explanation. And because she wanted an explanation, they said that she was overly mouthy. So sign me up with the mouthy women, except for don't hang me. But anyway, that's what they did. They hung her. They said she talked too much. She was not respectful. So they hung her. Then what they do? They hung her from her ankles, upside down. Now, back in the day, you know, little sisters wouldn't understand this. But back in the day when feminism meant you wear petticoats, all that stuff up under your clothes. I actually have one left, but I don't know what it's for. Anyway, they doused the petticoats with gasoline, and they lit her on fire. And because she was 9 months pregnant, the distress that she was experiencing caused her to expel the child. And then they stomped it. And then they killed the baby. And this was all about Black men being able to say, I'm not gonna work for you. You cannot abuse me. And they did it anyway. And there's stories upon stories upon stories, but what we have to take away from those stories are a couple things. We have to take away the ugliness of lynching culture, which led to our wealth gap, because so many people were afraid. How many sisters wouldn't talk anymore after they saw Mary Turner hung? How many brothers after Anthony Crawford, brother who had 425 acres of what they called good cotton land, white folks couldn't stand him, okay? He went to the cotton gin to sell some of his cotton seed. They offered him 5 cents a pound less than they offered the man who was standing in line in front of him. He said, I'd rather put my damn cotton seed in the river rather than to sell it to you at that price. There was a law in the books that said you can't cuss at white people. But he didn't cuss at white people, he cussed at his own cotton. He said, my damn cotton seed. As he left the store, they arrested him for cussing at the white man. He went in his pocket. He was a bold brother. Now, the history will show that they wrote about him and said he was a wealthy Negro, a wealthy Negro and disrespectful. When he went in his pocket, put the $15, which was the bond, on the sheriff's desk and said, here you go, I'm up out of here. He paid his own bond. That was impertinent. Before he left good, they had strung him up, and they left him strung up until his body rotted. But this is the economic part of the story. They took his land and allowed 2 white men who were competitors of his to become the executors of his estate. And then those 2 white men told his family, y'all got to go. So he had 425 acres of land. But these random white men told him they had to go. This is the concept of economic envy that we have to understand. When we thrive, the oppressor becomes uncomfortable. When we thrive, the oppressor says, let me figure out how to mess this thing up. I'm not going to let this go down. These people are not going to be able to accumulate like this. And accumulation is a foundation for wealth. There are so many instances where we were not allowed to accumulate. There are so many other stories about how, in my own family, I can tell you the story about the moving fence. I mean, the fence moved one night. It literally moved. But we had a bayou behind our land where we were very generous with everybody. You want to come fish? We can't eat all the fish. Help yourself. Mm-hmm. But we had that land. So the fence moved. 2 of my cousins disappeared. My auntie could never figure out what happened to her son. She said, I know he would have written me, so something must have happened. Eventually, after much ado, those of you who know me well enough to know, Malvos, we like to fight. We won't mind fighting. We were having Kwanzaa calls, this Kwanzaa, and everybody got a day. And one of my sisters concluded after day 3, she said, here's the motto, don't F with a Malvo, because it ain't gonna turn out right. However, so after all must ado, they changed the name of the street to Hawkins Lane, which is my great somebody's name. So they changed it to Hawkins Lane, but we never got the land back, and the cousins never appeared again. I want to come back to, of course, to Harlem, to talk about when you crowd people into a certain area, where they have no space to grow, rents go up. So that was exploitation. But Harlem also at a point in time became extraordinarily overcrowded. What did that mean? Health conditions. You have issues around health conditions. Landlords felt like they could raise rents whenever they wanted to. Now, it wasn't just Harlem, Bed-Stuy, parts of the Bronx. So when you calculate harm here in New York State, count those things, and not only in New York City, but in adjacent cities. Because what happened in New York was happening in Rochester. We call the list of the places where it's happening. So what we need to, when we look at New York, understand that New York is not unique, but what is unique is the two largest states in these United States, New York and California, have reparations commissions. That there has been some recognition that harm was done, that wrong was done. So now what we have to do is talk about the harm. Redlining basically blocked investment. There are people in Harlem who would have bought more, or not necessarily bought more, they may have invested. You look at that area, Sugar Hill over there in Harlem, and look at what ended up happening. It's on the comeback now, I understand, but I'm not sure that it's ours anymore in terms of gentrification. And so we have to talk about all those costs. And so, you know, so there are those, I got interviewed by an interesting person who, so I'm trying to clean up my anguish, Dr. D. But I've been trying that forever. You know, I told somebody the other day, someone told my mom years ago, my mom has made her transition, but I was a source of worry to her. And someone told me, they said, your daughter sure is cranky. She must be in the menopause. And mom said to this guy, she said, if that's the case, she's been in the menopause since she was 11. Because that girl has been cranky all her life. But some of this stuff will make you cranky. It will make you wonder, okay, I don't know what I'm doing with these slides, so I guess that means I'm not paying attention to them. Sorry, Jessie. Huh? She told me to hurry up. You ain't tell her to hurry up. I mean, she was good. I was enjoying listening, but I'm sitting and saying, okay, she had 30 minutes. It means I got 35. I'm just messing with you. I understand. We had Brother Perry on the line and all that, and I can always come back. Yes. Dr. D could always get me to come back. But what we have to look at, what I want to say is this harm was deliberate. This harm, basically, what was taken, denied, and compounded must be repaired. Must be repaired. People will say after emancipation, system changed, but harm continued. And the extraction didn't stop. Y'all have to understand the nature of something called predatory capitalism. It's not regular capitalism. It's gobbling capitalism. It's take it all. Take it. That's what this has been. So the extraction, how do we have a war where we can pay $200 billion at least, but we still want to pay people the federal minimum wage of $7 and change? Now in New York State, in some California, Washington State, it's higher. Go to Mississippi. Go to South Carolina. These folks are still living on the wage they were getting 10 years ago on conditions that are very much like enslavement. Very much like enslavement. And we look at some of our Latino brothers and sisters here, especially those who are undocumented. Many of them, you see the extraction from them as well. You see how many of them are being underpaid. And they'll do it to us too, underpaid, because I'm not gonna go there. Yeah, I'm gonna go there for 1 minute. This man's plan is to disenfranchise people. Once you disenfranchise, you re-enslave, one way or another. And that's why this Reparations Commission is so important, because it's a way to put your finger in the dike and say, we ain't going back. So we have to be clear. And those are, I appreciate what you all did in history reparations. That was important for this audience. But it's not that important if each one of you doesn't have a dinner party and have a conversation about reparations. Because you got some people, oh, I don't understand, or where the money gonna come from. Let's just start with acknowledging that it needs to happen. Let's just start there. But, I mean, highly intelligent people who went to MIT with me. That doesn't make you highly intelligent to go to MIT, by the way. It just means you went. Dr. D will appreciate the fact that I ain't gonna call no names. Derek is probably laughing too. Dr. Hamilton's probably laughing too, because you know how I'm thinking about. But I'm gonna behave today. I think, bottom line, Black folks have about 10% of what the total population has. 10 to 12%. That's not behavior, that's history. That's a history that we have to embrace and claim. And so I could keep talking. See that how many notes I have, y'all? I'm not gonna read them all, because she probably hit me.
I'm never gonna hit you. Never.
Yeah, well, trust and believe, if you did, I'd hit you back.
I know, you already told us about the Malvos.
But if I leave you with anything here, first of all, that line I have, show me your checkbook and I'll show you your values. What do we value here in these United States? What do we value? If we go put $200 billion to a war, but we can't pay for health care, we can't even look at reparations, H.R. 40 still has not passed. Come on now. So we know what we value. We value war, we don't value people. The second thing we want to leave you with in terms of here in New York, is that Seneca Village, redlining in Harlem, all of the places where there has been extraction from people in this state. This is not a Southern thing. So let you think this just happened in Mississippi. We up in Mississippi right here, right now. You know, this with the environmental issues we have here in New York, this is sugar ditch New York. And you know what sugar ditch was. Look it up. That's a long story, so I'm not going to go into it. But it has to do with environmental waste and how our people in crowded housing ended up being impacted environmentally. So just to be clear, and if you take nothing else away, GI Bill exclusion, Wall Street ties enslavement, but take away this one sentence: there will be no United States where they're not the work of enslaved people. Thank you.
Thank you. That was excellent. Thank you so much, Dr. Malvo. Before we turn to questions and answers, we're going to go ahead and allow Dr. Perry and his colleague to come on.
If we could ask the audience for their grace.
You may disrupt it for what?
I guess bad actors joining and trying to disrupt what's going on.
They want to fight? I got to fight.
So we're going to ask those that are joining us virtually to please provide us some grace. We understand that there were some inappropriate images that found their way onto our platform, and so we're trying to figure that out as we continue to move forward. There are always going to be folks that try to.
Well, I enjoyed Dr. Malvo's presentation. It was excellent. Excellent. While we're waiting for the go-ahead from Tech, I'm going to read Farah Khan's bio really quickly. She is a colleague of Dr. Perry and will be co-presenting with him today. Her name is Dr. Farah Khan. She's a fellow at the Brookings Metro Center for Community Uplift, where she focuses on the role of public policy in addressing economic, racial, and geographic inequalities. Her research explores how fiscal policies, including tax and transfer programs, can reduce economic disparities and improve welfare outcomes for disadvantaged populations. Dr. Khan holds a master's degree from NYU and a PhD in economics from Tulane University. We welcome both Drs. Perry and Dr. Khan when we're given the go-ahead. Give them a I'm sorry, guys.
Move my slide up so it just shows my contact information.
We're sharing now Dr. Malveau's contact information. She is inviting you to contact her with credible and critical information. She wants to hear from you. So it's right here on our screen, her email address and her newsletter.
Which is relatively new, so if you want to subscribe to it, malveaunewsletter@gmail.com, hit subscribe.
Ready? Okay, we're ready. We're ready. Dr.
Very good. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, very good.
Hey, Andre, how you doing?
Everyone. I'm Andre Perry, Senior Fellow here at the Brookings Institution, and it's always a pleasure to follow Dr. Malveau, who a lot of my work, particularly on the housing devaluation, really stemmed from her groundbreaking research as an economist in the United States. So I want to thank her, and it's always a pleasure to be with Derek Hamilton, my friend and colleague. Farrakhan and I will present to you some models of quantifying the harms created by slavery and discrimination, because it's one of those questions that people the one question, who should get reparations, is always asked. Another one is how much. But to be clear, there are specific models that have been used, that can be used to quantify the harms, and that's what we're going to do today. So can you advance the slide? We'll get right into it. Advance it again. Very good. What I want to set the stage here is
Doctor,
wealth is probably the most significant indicator of the impact of slavery and discrimination. And I'm just going to go over some of the data on that. And the black-white wealth gap is one of the most significant indicators. It's remained unchanged, that gap, for over 50 years. The inheritance gap between white and black recipients is around $200 billion annually. Between 2019 and 2022, the last time we got data from the Survey of Consumer Finances, we saw actually wealth increasing for black people, but so is the wealth gap overall. We see that black median wealth increased by 51,000, but the gap increased overall by 49,000. For every $100 in wealth held by a white household, black households hold about $15. And from 2019 to 2022, the mean gap in net worth between black and white house grew, and that's what we talked about earlier. Next slide. Net housing equity, and I want to be clear, the question was raised, why talk about the redlining? The racial wealth gap that redlining entrenched did not emerge in a vacuum. It was built on the foundation of slavery. Enslaved black Americans were legally prohibited from owning property, we know that, and accumulating wealth because of that for generations. Emancipation eventually brought freedom without restitution. But redlining then formalized that dispossession. So it's also important to talk about housing because housing is so central to so many wealth drivers. Any system that throttles housing prices is a system that really stems from slavery. And we need to pay attention to that. Most people know me through my work on housing devaluation, and I will just share a little bit about that, and that's one of the bullets. So in 2018, we found that homes in black neighborhoods are underpriced by 23%, about $48,000 per home. Cumulatively, there's about $156 billion in lost equity, and that was just in 1 year alone. But in households, in housing equity in across the country. And I always just put this in perspective. 156 billion would have financed more than 4 million Black-owned businesses based upon the average amount Black people used to start their firms, would have paid for more than 8 million four-year degrees based upon the average amount of a four-year public education, replaced the pipes in Flint, Michigan 3,000 times over, covered nearly all of Hurricane Katrina damage. It's double the annual economic burden of the opioid crisis. It's a big number. And I say all that to say, when we're talking about reparations, we can use the capital, particularly for reparations, to give people the necessities to climb economic and social ladders. And certainly we need to stop the discrimination that continues, and redlining and all the other systems that are byproducts of slavery. A lot of them we've grown to live with. And so we need to recognize those connections. Next slide. I'm just going to, one of the things, and I'm glad Derek is here because he was one of the leaders around this next point. There's a mainstream economic view of the what's creating the racial wealth gap, or what can close wealth gaps, and that's sort of a human capital view that basically says we can educate our way out of these problems. But we know through the data that actually, as you get more education, the wealth gap actually increases in many cases. So we're not going to educate our way out of this issue. Certainly, no one here devalues education. We all certainly value it. But the wealth gap wasn't created because Black people were less smart. Just be clear about that. And it's not going to solve this wealth gap. It will come through some form of reparations. Next slide. Now, this is where my colleague will take up. Oh, no, I'm going to take it from here. Just to be clear, reparations is not compensation in terms of income. Income-based interventions alone that cannot repair the broken intergenerational transmission chain. And so there's a lot of different programs out there that try to increase incomes by race. Those things will not close the wealth gap. We really do need to talk about the intergenerational wealth transfer cycle that occurs, and the way you really disrupt that is through reparations. Next slide, and this is where I'm going to hand it off to my colleague, Farah Khan, who's going to go into the models for quantifying harm.
Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be, and an honor to be presenting to this commission. Dr. Mulvo and Dr. Perry spoke a lot about the racial wealth gap and reparations being a huge fundamental aspect to the extent of gap that we see today between Black communities and others. So first, I'm going to talk about the methods, models, and precedents that's already there, where there have been methods, econometric methods to quantify reparations. There are, in general, 3 models to look at reparations collectively. The first one focuses on the financial aspect of reparations. And this basically looks at government and private institutions that built wealth from slavery. Many of those institutions, especially banks and insurance companies, were, as you may already know, are right here in New York, who wrote insurance policies of enslaved persons. So this model proposes financial compensation through methods like direct cash transfers, housing assistance, business grants, and community-level social investments. Next slide, please. Then we have the transformational model, which goes beyond just the financial aspects and talks more about the psychological, social, and cultural harm done to the community. This model calls for interventions like mental health services, community healing programs, and an accurate retelling of Black history. Next slide, please. And then we have the third model, which puts into perspective the first two. And this one is the restorative justice model. It had its roots from the South African Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which was formed after the apartheid. And this model basically calls for truth-telling, retelling of history, public apology, and guarantees of non-repetition. The key point here for the commission is that all of these three different three pillars complement each other. So we cannot look at reparations just as financial compensation. We need to look at it in conjunction with psychological harm and then group level apology and history retelling efforts, which are part of the transformation and restorative justice models. Next slide, please. So all of these academic models that I went through in the first three slides take their roots from international legal framework on reparations, which was developed by the United Nations. This is a 5-pillar framework, and a lot of international efforts and even national have centered their quantification methods or perspectives on reparation around this model. The 5 pillars: restitution, which legally argues that you give back what was taken, which is, not possible to write to that extent, but that should be the philosophy behind reparations. And then compensation is that you pay for what cannot be given back. Rehabilitation is that you rebuild capacity of the community that was harmed. And satisfaction, tell the truth, apologize, and then give guarantees of non-repetition in that you change those structural laws and systems that are still to this day causing discrimination. Next slide, please. Now let's get into some of economists, legal scholars, sociologists, and other folks have worked a lot on how do we quantify these different aspects. And so there's two big picture items here. The first one is, how do you quantify foundational harms? Foundational harms are what occurred when slavery was actively in place. So it's pre-abolition, and these foundational harms in general, like the first three, you don't need to look at all of the content in the slides, but the first concept is about stolen labor. Researcher called Creamer developed this method where he asked the question, what would enslaved people have earned if they had been free and were paid their due shares? Assuming that they were free workers doing the same job, how much would they have earned at that time? And then you adjust that forward to today's dollar terms. So think of it as like calculating back pay, except for 250 almost years of unpaid work for millions of people. And then on the health side, we have economists have come up with, have given an estimate for the value of statistical life. This figure has been used in the past internationally and locally. You basically then divide this by the average lifespan that a Black person would have lived through without discrimination. And then you multiply it by the number of years that Black life expectancy is shorter because of racial discrimination. And then lastly, there have been methods developed around mental health, trauma evaluation, and transgenerational harm. these are meant to restore or provide some kind of a justice to harms that have been done psychologically on communities. Next slide, please. So what I spoke about, foundational harms, were what was happening at the times when slavery was in place. The second part of harms is post-slavery government actions and systems that have systematically prevented Black communities from building wealth, health, education, and stability. So for example, for incarceration, this method looks at excess arrests across population shares, which are overrepresented compared to the predicted population share, and then average prison terms and per year valuation. And then for housing, we have multiple ways of measuring harm done through this pathway. The first two measure how much less Black families have accumulated through home ownership. So it captures all discriminations. And then the second one isolates just the period of redlining and applies the same logic. And then at Brookings, we've also done research of present-day devaluations of Black homes, where if you control for all other structural variables, to what extent are Black homes currently devalued compared to their counterparts? And the answer cumulatively is that they're 23% less in terms of their values compared to their counterparts. In terms of business losses, some precedents of how this is calculated is that you calculate how many Black businesses should have been there had there been no discrimination, and how many actually exist, and then put a revenue value on that gap. Collectively, what I've presented to you so far, the foundational and the compounding structural harms represent the aspects or the domains of harms that can be quantified, and we have methods to do this. Linking all of these domains together, we know that housing discrimination means that no housing generational wealth is passed on to the next generation. No inheritance means that the next generation starts from scratch. Lower wealth means Black individuals are more likely to be denied credit. And when you're denied credit, they're less likely to open businesses. Incarceration removes wage earners, which reduces family income and also hurts opportunities for the next generation. And so all of these domains collectively feed into each other. And that's why Dr. Perry has already noted, income-based solutions singularly cannot fix years of systemic harm. And that's where reparations come in. Next slide, please. Just to summarize and put into perspective all of the methods and that academic literature has developed on reparation, reparations have been given nationally in the case of the tribal communities and also to Japanese American soldiers after World War II. At the state level, the California Reparations Task Force was the most comprehensive report that came out of that, and it has extremely detailed methods on quantifying reparations. Although legislature hasn't enacted a financial compensation aspect to this, but this is very much a blueprint for other states to use. And then we have examples locally as well. So in short, methods exist. There's academic literature on it, and it's validated by international legal standards, and there are precedents for this. And I will now hand it over to Dr. Perry again. Thank you very much.
And I will close us out. I just wanted to state the importance of New York as a northern city It had the largest slave holding. It was the largest slaveholder in the northern states, and was mentioned by Dr. Malveaux. It also was the center of the capital world, and so a lot of the exchanges actually occurred in New York. So not only was it a participant, but it also holds significant data and information. So New York is important because it can be measured not only in terms of we can look at the harms, but we can actually get records from the New York institutions that participated. So there's an obligation there. Next slide, please. So in closing, we have to take on these rigorous methods to get to a number. We know it's more than a number, but we can get to numbers that will ultimately get to some type of restitution, some type of comprehensive plan to provide dignity, to restore, in some cases, mental health, community-wide health. We can do this if we conduct the rigorous studies that will ultimately get us to commit the monetary and transformational resources needed. And last slide, please. And as what Dr. Khan has stated, these models exist. We don't have to create something new. They just need to be applied. And we need policymakers who have the willingness to actually conduct the studies and create the mechanisms for reparations. So with that, I'll close it there.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Drs. Perry and Khan. I'm going to yield to have Dr. Hamilton be the first to lead off with any questions from you and Dr. Malveaux, if that's okay. And then the other commissioners, Dr. Daniels and Commissioner Hogues, will also join in to ask questions. We need a break?
No, we just need. So for our commissioners, we're going to ask that it's just one question.
And currently, we can't hear if.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Now we can hear you.
Okay, we're just asking our commissioners to have just tee up one question, and we're trying to keep it as brief as possible to respect the time of this process. And after our Q&A, we're going to take a very, very quick break, maybe 3 minutes, 5 minutes at the most, and then we want to get back on track as possible. So, Dr. Hamilton, do you have a question or comment on the presentations or anything?
Thank you for allowing me to go first. Certainly gratitude, and I'll be quick. I won't even go into detail about the great careers of Julian Malveaux and Andre Perry. I'll just get to the point, a few things. Dr. Malveaux mentioned that redlining was in part determined based on whether a black neighborhood was integrated or not. I thought that was interesting because the metric of value is deterministic. It becomes definitional that the characteristics of what get determined as value is grounded in the demography of what the neighborhood looks like. So maybe if she wants to expound upon that, and if either one of them could say perhaps a little more about the unique role that finance plays as an industry in New York as the capital of finance in America, across the enslavement of people, as well as other mechanisms of extraction and exploitation. Then I'll ask this other part, which is, I'll say one thing also. We should note that the Survey of Consumer Finance tends to underestimate the differences across groups when compared to other data sets in the US, largely because of the ways in which they often sample those with wealth. So we end up perhaps missing out on many black households that are zero or negative wealth. That's just something for us to note. And also in the notion of, can we study hard? Can we work hard? Can we invest in education or income as the cure-all to wealth, which I think both presenters, all three presenters pointed out as one of the paramount single indicators of economic well-being. Well, we know that wealth disparities grow at higher levels of income and higher levels of education, suggesting that they will not close the gap. And the point I just want to make and see if they can comment on, this is not unique to the United States. This is a stylized outcome where if you look, for example, at South Africa, you will find two remarkable things. One, the racial wealth gap in South Africa is to a decimal point analogous to that of the United States, to very different contexts, to very different periods of when alleged emancipation took place. But it's remarkable to know that without some intervention, that the racial wealth gap will persist. And then the last point is, across income and education, you also get a very similar dynamic in both of those countries, where highly educated individuals that are Black typically and often have less wealth than very low educated white individuals, and the same would be true for income.
Yeah, so many good points there, and I don't necessarily. There are some things I can respond to, particularly on the finance side. In the world of finance, there's equity and there's debt. If you don't have equity, guess what? You got to take on debt, and Black people have been forced to take on significantly worse debt products as a result. And many times when you're talking about business solutions or housing solutions, people are asked to take on more debt. We need ultimately equity in these solutions, because what we've seen over time, one of the reasons why wealthier, more educated people aren't necessarily closing wealth gap, because they're taking on more and more debt as a result. And so for me, reparations also represents a real opportunity to provide the equity that's owed, but it is a real solution to closing the wealth gap. And one other final thing, in my work on housing devaluation, one thing that has become clear to me, and we all know this, the homes aren't being devalued. The people are devalued, and it comes out of the wash in home values. And so that's why when people talk about housing devaluation, they have in their mind that we're talking about homes in the slums. No, it's middle-class homes are actually more devalued comparatively. And so, it's the intrinsic value of whiteness really shows up in our policies. And at some point, we have to address those things. So I know Dr. Malveaux may have some additional things, but I know we're running out of time. But
yeah, I'll be brief as well, because I know we are running out of time, but just a couple things. One, after George Floyd, about $50 billion were pledged from corporate America to fix whatever was wrong. They never did say what was wrong. If I had my book with me, my last book, I could read part of this thing. Well, they had the temerity to say, we are George Floyd. This is white America. We are George Floyd. Of that $50 billion, most of it was pledges to give people loans. So precisely to Andre's point, there's an opportunity for you to accumulate more debt. This is not an opportunity for you to, the Wells Fargo's, your Bank of America's, we go let you have some loans. Well, you don't let people have loans like it's a favor. Right. If you say you would let me have a low interest, 50 grand for a down payment, or something like that, I could celebrate. But what they said is, we will make these, there also were some grants to our legacy organizations like the NAA and the Urban League. Of course, NARC, the National African American Reparations Commission, didn't get any money from Wells Fargo. Are we surprised, Dr. D? But in any case, it's really important to notice that in the name of we want to repair, what they were offering us was opportunities for wealth, for debt rather. To the second point I want to make to the commission especially, is that you cannot confuse reparations with ordinary public policy. There's some things that should happen no matter what. Do we want more young people educated? Yes. Is that reparations? No. Do we want more home ownership? Yes. Is that reparations? No. Reparation solutions need to be carefully constructed to deal with the harm that was done, not the things that are just right to be done anyway. Right. And so it's just important for you. You hear these people, they get all the way to the river, then they won't jump in. So they'll tell you it was wrong. Be sorry. Now let's move on. Nope. So we just need to be clear that a lot that will be offered to us will be offered like reparations, but it's really ordinary public policy. It ought to be the public policy of this nation for its citizens to do well. Mm-hmm. We all benefit when everybody does well. So to say, okay, we're gonna have some do good, do well legislation, no, you need to fix the problem. You need to remediate the harm. Then I think Andre made a point that I just want to follow up on a little bit, or maybe Derek did, no, Derek did, about how the survey of consumer finance underpolls poor people. So about 8% of all black people, excuse my ebonics, but ain't got no stuff. I mean, ain't got no stuff, no car, no house. You might have some clothes. But so let's be clear about that. Have nothing. And a lot of people don't think that this is a problem. So we have to address that population as well. And I think,
Are they extending the time past 4 o'clock?
Pardon?
Are they extending the time, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but are they extending the time past 4 o'clock?
We will.
Because the public speaking is supposed to start at 11.
Yeah, so we'll address that.
All right, let me just stop there.
Yes.
Yeah, but since you asked the question while I was in the middle of a sentence. No. You should have let me finish.
Continue.
I'll find out.
Continue, please.
No, that's okay.
Go ahead.
No, it's not.
So we're going to find out for you, but this was very important that she continues her thought, because all that we've received from Dr. Malveaux, Dr. Perry, and Dr. Khan is critical to our deliberations. So give us a moment, okay? Thank you. Thank you.
Anyway, the last point that I was going to make was about homes and home ownership and how we basically have a tendency, all these banks want to have home ownership programs, financial literacy programs, and this is seen as community service. Well, if it's community service, fine, but it's not reparations. You know, you cannot educate me out of being broke with financial literacy. People know what time it is. So for the commission, I think looking at some of the utility companies and their roles in debt accumulation, and how that debt accumulation happens in some neighborhoods and not in others. Or as an example, I got a thing from a friend. They said that they will roll my utility bill and I can pay it in up to 2 years. Well, she had accumulated a huge bill, and I don't know why, it's none of my business. But the bottom line was up to 2 years. They never said interest-free. So basically, she's now carrying
Two bills.
Yep. The old one and the new one. Mm-hmm. So we have to be very careful, and we can't believe the hype about so-called financial education.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I thought that was excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Khan. Thank you, Dr. Malveaux, Dr. Perry, and Dr. Khan. We are going to pause right here for that break, and then Dr. Daniels has some questions to ask.
I don't have a question, it will be brief.
Okay.
And I just want to say that, and this is for our consideration as a... Am I on? This is for our consideration as a commission. This presentation has been so extraordinarily rich, and as you have said, Madam Co-Chair, it is foundational to the quality of the work that we're going to do. So my recommendation is that we should have the option as a commission, because I have 3 or 4 questions and comments I'd like to make and cannot, in the interest of time, and we are obligated and prioritize the public comment. So we're obviously going to do that. But I would think that we should consider an opportunity to have a additional dialogue with this panel, either in a business session or even if it's in another form or whatever, so that we can have more interaction, raise questions, and benefit from the extraordinary presentations that we made today. I mean, we have, on our commission, one of the preeminent economists in the world. And then and then the other panelists are, they how you like me now. I mean, these are powerful folk. And I'm glad because they got some emotep in them because they're geniuses, right? So I think we should benefit from that. And so therefore I will yield raising any questions, but I would like to see us have an additional session with this group of people. And I think we should give them another round of applause.
Okay, so thank you. Thank you again to our wonderful economic panelists. And they didn't just come and soft pedal it. And what Dr. Malveaux just said is that we need to be able to distinguish between little programs that financial literacy should be a part of the public school education, if we're all being honest, right? So you've given us so much to chew on, and we are grateful for all 3 of you. Appreciate it. We're going to take a brief break, and then we're going to get right into our public testimonies, beginning with our invited guest, Ms. Quinlan. So take a stretch break.
Dr. Malveaux, it was wonderful to meet you. I have to leave. Yes, I have fun. It's just, you see me just over here. I'm just. glasses. Yep. Dr. Marvel, can you just push that white button?
Take that.
Oh, I think I got it.
Give me your name.
Yeah. Oh, that's a nice picture. I sent it to Dr. D and he'll send it to you. You missing all of it.
I'll be the invited speaker.
Okay. So, you could just.
I'm here.
Yep. So you could just start, and so we are going to start. I know my family will figure it out, and we'll start to settle down. You can use your outside voice to help me out. I appreciate it. We are getting started. Thank you so much. There it is. All right, I appreciate it. You have the floor.
I also need the mic for.
The sound team, if you could turn the mic on at the podium, you should be set.
Stand down!
Give it a go. Give it a go.
Hello?
Yep.
Okay, great. All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Good afternoon. My name is Heather Quinlan. I am the director of a documentary in progress called American Graveyard, and that focuses on a cemetery. Thank you all. A cemetery on Forest Avenue. If you were to go today to 1440 Forest Avenue, you will see a strip mall. But what it really is a 19th century black cemetery that was paved over not in the 19th century, but in the 1950s. And it was originally turned into a shell station, and now it is a strip mall. So what I'm going to talk about is just a little bit about the history and how that feeds into what we are talking about in terms of reparations, in terms of repair, in terms of economics, and also in terms of the stories that we lose when we lose these burial grounds. And this is a case study for it. So I'm going to start with a quote from preservationist Peggy King Yorta. Some of you may know her. She worked on Manhattan's African Burial Ground Monument. She said, "Archaeologists say, what defines us as human is how we bury our dead. When people of African descent bury their dead in a society that denied their humanity, they were engaging in a revolutionary act. It becomes a revolutionary space. And in this country, we honor revolutionary spaces. Cemeteries are where we honor, remember, and learn. They tell us who was here before us, how did they live, what are their stories. I'm here to tell you what happens when those spaces are not treated as sacred, when they are treated as liabilities or real estate. Today at 1440 Forest Avenue, about 3 miles from here, there is a shopping plaza, a Santander Bank, a Sherwin-Williams, a 7-Eleven, trash that'll fly in your face if you're not careful. 150 years ago, this was Cherry Lane Cemetery. And this wasn't just a plot of land, it was a thriving African-American community. This was around the Mariners Harbor area, in Port Richmond. These were people from New York, New Jersey, Maryland, Virginia, the Carolinas. They were oystermen, masons, steamboat engineers, ministers, even someone who ran an ice cream saloon. We know this from the census records. And there was a church. You saw how Debbie Ann had shown the churches. One of them was 2nd Asbury AME Zion. And there was a cemetery, because segregation meant black families had to create their own burial grounds. A sacred space, a revolutionary space. So here's an obit from one of the people who was buried there, John Keyes, and how we mentioned that, Liberia, and people had the choice to go to Liberia. He had been enslaved down south, and he had eventually come to New York, and he was about to book passage to Liberia, and someone said, no, come to Staten Island, it's a lot better. And he became deacon at the St. Philip's Baptist Church. He's buried at Cherry Lane. Benjamin Prine, about 100 years old, the longest living formerly enslaved person from Staten Island, was buried there. It was him. His daughter Elizabeth buried 5 of her babies there. Clarence, Forrest, Mabel, Martha, and Randall. I say their names out loud because I don't know how long it's been since they were spoken. This was a network of lives. Elsie Purnell, a Civil War veteran, is buried at Sandy Ground, but his daughters are buried at Cherry Lane. These two communities didn't just share families, they shared a culture, they shared community, they shared religion, they even shared a pastor, Reverend G.M. Landon, who, as Dr. Malveaux was talking about Seneca Village, this reverend even came from Seneca Village. We learned all this because of this paved over burial spot. I mean, and I do want to say that I did not discover this. This was known, but through research, this is what we've uncovered, and I've worked a lot with Debbie Ann Page on this. But yeah, these are the things that get lost. This history, Cherry Lane, Seneca Village, Sandy Ground. So this is not an isolated lost site. This is a documented pillar of Black history on Staten Island. And yet most people walking over those graves right now have no idea they're walking on ancestors. We have death certificates listing Cherry Lane as a place of burial. We have a 1908 tax assessment that says that the land is, you can't see it from here, but take my word for it, African Church Cemetery, worth $1,500, tax exempt. I can submit that too, along with all the other documentation I have. And even though it recognized it as tax exempt in the 1950s, when developers looked at Forest Avenue, the loophole was found. The city demanded $11,000 in back taxes from the cemetery's board, the descendants of those who were buried there. When they couldn't pay, the city auctioned the land for $1,000. To justify this, the court document actually stated, here's part of the court document, this property is vacant, unimproved property, and is believed to have at one time been used either for church or cemetery purposes, although there is no record of any persons actually having been buried there. And I will submit to you, this is just, we have documented over 50 people buried. Here are just some of the death certificates that we have. And again, these are, cemeteries are thought of as places for the elderly, and indeed they were, but, someone here, 6 months old, Cherry Lane Cemetery, place of burial. Someone else, 4 days old, Cherry Lane Cemetery, place of burial. So people were buried there. They just deliberately, and they knew too. It's on so many municipal maps. It's even on Rand McNally. So they didn't just take the land, they deleted the people. So after that, when the cemetery is taken, it disappears. A Shell station is built in the 1960s, then a shopping plaza in the 1980s. At no point was there a full accounting of the bodies. No removal of the remains, no memorialization. And with the cemetery, something else disappears, generational memory. When I traced the family of Benjamin Prine, I found they live less than a mile away on Van Pelt Avenue, named for the very family that once enslaved their ancestor. Despite their own relatives having served on the cemetery board, and let me remind you, this is 1920s to the 1950s, their family had never heard of Cherry Lane. This is the definition of erasure, when a family is separated from their own history in their own neighborhood. Now today, there is a memorial garden and a boulder supported by Santander Bank. And yet right now there is a dumpster near where those children are buried. One I have personally witnessed more than once being used as a bathroom. So that systemic problem has not gone away. The site has never been fully investigated. The property owner has not permitted ground penetrating radar. So we are left with a site where people are very likely still buried beneath asphalt, unacknowledged, while a commercial property generates profit above them. And I should tell you, the owner is not only the owner, he's also the broker. So he makes money, in a variety of different ways, none of which, as you can imagine, the descendants have any part of. And when people learn about this, they ask, how is that possible? Well, it's possible because land is power. Land ownership and the right to a sacred space are the foundations of community wealth. When Cherry Lane was stolen, the community lost its anchor. Peggy King Yorta stood at Cherry Lane on December 5th, 2023 with members of the State Assembly. A week later, at the signing of the bill that created this very commission, Assemblymember Mikhail Solange dedicated her speech to Benjamin Prine. And yet that site has still never been fully reckoned with. I'm asking this commission to support a ground-penetrating radar survey of the site. It is non-invasive, it is respectful, and it moves us from speculation to truth. If reparations are about addressing harm, we must look at where that harm is still physically embedded in our landscape. Cherry Lane is one of those places, and I invite you all to visit. You all can talk to me. I can take you to visit there myself. I'd be happy to. Because once you know it's there, you cannot unsee it. And I want to also tell you that in addition to the film that I am working on, that I also invite you all to talk to me about. You can look me up, or I have business cards. If you have any stories that you want to share, I am happy to hear them. And we have an exhibition because we have no visuals of the site at all. We have artists who are reimagining the site through different disciplines. And so that will be opening at Empire Outlets October 1st and will be taking place throughout the month. So I invite you all to come, mark your calendars, and know that the paving over is not the end of the story. It is just the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And this will begin, well, that started our public testimony period. And so we're going to ask that you be respectful of individuals that are providing their testimony, meaning let their words be, no booing or anything or that type, if that comes to be. We will ask you to please leave, right? And so we just want to respect everyone. So with that said, we have a bunch of speakers, and so we are excited that you were able to sign up. And then we have one individual that is online. And so unfortunately, because of the timing, we are going to reduce it to 2 minutes per speaker. I apologize, but we want to hear, we want to give everyone the chance to speak because the facility has another event after this that they have to turn over. And so the longer we do this, the longer it will take and the shorter time. I appreciate the frustration. So we're going to ask Dr. Cody, our first speaker, to come to the mic.
Article 78, lawsuits. You know, we the people, we are
Come on, Dr. Cody. Dr. Cody.
You set yourself up for Article 78. I'm going to have to force you.
My
name is Earl S. Bell.
I know you, sir.
I may have to bring you to court. Article 78. Make you follow the statute. New York City is supposed to have its own subcommittee.
So
I'm going to force you, and I love you guys.
I love you too, but we are losing time as we have this conversation. Dr. Cody.
We have to have our own subcommittee in New York City.
Hello?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Although I'm here representing New Yorkers for Reparations, yay! And I'm Vice President of the National Action Network Brooklyn chapter, my testimony today is presented on behalf of all Black children and youth. The research conducted by the education team I worked with used a methodological approach that focused on missed earnings potential. We attempted to calculate a dollar figure on the amount of educational harm that has inflicted on Black Americans as a result of slavery. It is part of the joint report already submitted to the Commission by 40 Acres and an EV. It is nearly impossible to quantify centuries of harm that has occurred beginning with the anti-literacy laws that were actually on the books in the 17 and 1800s, all the way through to Monday campaign for fiscal equity. However, We strive for educational credentials to answer how these achievements will translate into the employment marketplace towards building and sustaining a living, accordingly economic development and building wealth. Just closing the gap possibly confines us to not surpassing it. The foundation of a prosperous society lies in its education system, especially when Black Americans are collectively empowered and invested in education and development. I'm going to skip around because education and educational attainment are key predictors to economic success, 68% more income than with only a high school diploma. So enforcing policies, reparations can take various forms such as enforcing policies, integrating financial literacy, entrepreneurship, wealth building education into K-12 and post-secondary curricula. This also includes Black studies, building the first youth depot right here in New York City, pooling our resources, and it goes on. And I did submit it to you by email.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We have our first online individual and our only Ernest Russell, I believe. Do we have that queued up? Okay, thank you. Mr. Russell.
All right. So yeah, my comments, and I'll try to be brief. I'll just state that I guess this is another example. This is a public hearing. We're supposed to hear the public, but now our comments are being shortened, and we're talking about decades of history and a wealth of information that we really can't chime in on in less than 120 seconds. But I'll try to still do that. Say New York needs a number, so the economist team is going to be essential. Instead of talking about national numbers and models that come from the national perspective, you need to hone in and focus on what New York can actually pay up, because as Dr. Malvo stated, a number is needed. I will say that she's also right that you guys shouldn't mistake common, ordinary state policies with reparations policies, which are specific to descendants, and you need to make sure you stay focused on that. Today, we were Zoom bombed by some racists, some people who don't want to hear this conversation of justice and want to disrupt people from that. There are ways to bomb-proof virtual hearings. So I encourage the task force not to end it just because of this unpleasant situation. The last two things I'll try to hit on is we definitely need to preserve freedmen burial sites across the state. And I think that is a core tenet of satisfaction. Don't apologize to us through words, apologize to us through actions. And the fact that there's a Citgo or a Shell gas station sitting upon the grave sites of people who have labored and toiled for this country for decades and centuries is a travesty that reparations needs to address at its core. Last but not least, don't believe in income-based reparations. I do think reparations is not a handout. They are a formal recognition, and they are a settlement of a liability that America has left out of its books, which is why equity and wealth is currently overstated in this country. And so last but not least, I asked the task force to stay clear of race-based benefits, because if you're watching what's happening in Evanston and San Francisco, those are being actively challenged. There is a pathway for descendants. The question is, do you have the courage to follow forward with that model and force the legislators to do something about it? And with that, I thank you guys for everything that you do. I'm looking forward to many other Saturdays where we can have these conversations.
Thank you so much. Now, please listen, because we're going to ask you to be prepared. I'm going to call the next one, but I'm going to call the next two so we can continue to flow. I believe it's a Kelly Villar, Kelly, William Loque, and Terrence Graham. Thank you so much.
Hi, Kelly Villar here. Welcome. I'm the founder and CEO of the Staten Island Urban Center. So welcome to our home.
Thank you.
I just wanted to quickly say, we're very pleased that you're here. I don't want to waste time because I really want to hear what everybody has to say. But the Urban Center's mission, and I mention this for an important reason, is to be in the pursuit of cultural equity everywhere, thrivability, self-determination, and independence. We are a community development through community involvement organization. We were created for this purpose, to do this work. And I want to invoke the name of Pedro Abisu Campo, who is an independence leader in Puerto Rico, who was a fighter and big believer in reparations. And one of the things, a couple of things that he spoke to and I believe in is that reparations has to address human rights violations. It has to address political oppression, colonial poverty, and we even have colonial poverty here in the United States, in New York City, in Staten Island, in Manhattan, in Brooklyn, in Queens. Systemic economic dependency. And I wanted to lift those ideas for reparations because I think in alignment with Dr. Malveaux, it's not just about the things they're supposed to do. The things that I believe that we need to center reparations around are things that raise social consciousness. Because if we don't raise social consciousness, then this will always be a struggle. It will always be a not understanding when we live in a world when there are people out there who don't even know what they don't know. So I encourage us, as we think about those solutions, that we think about raising, what is going to raise social consciousness?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask speakers to state their name just in case I mispronounce it, just so we have it clearly for the record.
My name is William Luque. I'm part of the My Brother's Keeper Fellow Initiative. And something I wanted to state about the reparations is that young black men need education because of the fact that they need mentors if they want to be able to get out of that cycle of violence. Because most young men have given up on the fact that education is for them and they think, oh, you know what? If education has failed me, I'm just going to go to the streets and figure out my life through the streets. However, if you place a mentor there, somebody who will not give up on those young men, they will start to view the education system differently. They will see themselves and be like, okay, there's somebody who believes in me, so why can't I believe in myself? After all, if you want the world to change, you have to change yourself first. If you want to, my fault. Here's the thing. I am somebody who, and I don't want to get too personal, but I'm somebody who the education system failed once. However, once I got to high school and I met somebody who believed in me, a mentor that taught me, I'm now standing here talking about reparations for black men. It's like you see the change a mentor can do to somebody that actually believes in the aspirations of young men. You can't just place somebody, you can't just have somebody like give up on themselves, because if they give up on themselves, the world is going to give up on them too. This is why I believe that mentors are the most important part of reparations, because you have to teach these young men to live their lives, to be able to believe in themselves and their success. Because if they don't have their own success, nobody's going to succeed for them. That's all I got to say. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, or sorry, afternoon. My name is Terrence Graham. I'm a high school senior as well as my brother there. I'm also a New York State fellow, a part of the MBK program as well. What I really want to talk about today was the significance of land. One thing that we keep hearing today is the significance of land, whether it's the land that we're standing on or the land that our ancestors are buried underneath. And I think what we really need to see from you guys is passion and initiative. You know, you can come here, you can sit at a panel, you can preach to the public about the importance of land, but we need to see that from you as well. We need to see it in the legislative that you attempt to push to our governors. We need to see it in the words, in the websites, and everything that you guys push. And I think it's really important because when you look at all of the different examples that we have of reparations, whether it be in our community, the Japanese American community, even Native American communities, you see the one thing that the government is always not forthcoming on is land. They'll give you the money, they'll give you the building, they'll give you whatever it is, but they won't give you the land. That's what we need for you guys to push for. We need for you guys to push for and say to them that that is our land and we are owed that. That is our equity. Our equity is the land. When we have our own farmers, our own produce, when we have our own hospitals, our own schools, when we have the land to build what we need and what we know is necessary for our community, that's how we build equity. We don't build it by begging, we beg it, but we take it by taking. we tell them, no, this is ours, we are owed that. And so what I need to see from you guys is, again, the passion and the initiative to walk up to people like Governor Kathy Hochul, to walk up to your local assemblymen, assemblywomen, to walk up to whoever it is that might be above your head and tell them that this is important and we need it now. That's my testimony. That's really all I have for today. Again, thank you very much.
So thank you so much, sir. Our next three speakers, I believe, is Shante Jones, Saul Porter, and Tony Richardson. Shante Jones? Okay, all right, take your time. Take your time. Saul Porter and then Tony Richardson, in that order.
I'm Shante Jones, and I want to make mine real fast. I kind of want to go on the education thing. Approximately 31% of Black students in New York City public schools have an individualized education plan. All right, come on, bring it. Representing a significant overrepresentation in special education, while total figures vary with, my eyes are up, with roughly 185,000 students with IEPs citywide. Black students are also twice as likely as peers to have an IEP for emotional disturbance. Key data, Black students in IEPs in New York City. Overrepresentation, Black and Latino students are overrepresented in special education in New York City. Special classification, Black students are more than twice as likely as other students to have an IEP classified under emotional disturbance. Disability types, among students with disabilities, 26% of Black students have an IEP for speech or language impairment. Demographic data, according to New York City Public Schools data, approximately 19.3% of total student population is Black. These rates highlight significant disparities in how special education services are provided across different racial groups in the city, and note researchers. This touches all that stuff, all the stuff, where people live, how people were taught, how we respond to it. Because if these young people can't get a decent education, and there's a response to this. There's a response to this. The schools are supposed to get them the services that they need in order to be able to get through all of these things, the emotional disturbances, the difficulty learning, if they need to get special things to be able to get the education, but they're not. They're not doing it.
Thank you so much.
And so part of what we can do is we can get the money to help the kids in these schools get the services to be able to get through school.
Thank you so much. And I do want to remind people, even though you give your verbal testimony, if you want to submit written testimony, you are more than welcome to do that, and we would advise for you to do that. So thank you again. Our next speaker.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Saul Porter. And something I would like the commission to take under consideration while we were having the discussion on redlining is also including in the harms that have been done is the urgency of addressing the harms that were perpetuated by redlining on Black communities. I want to take as a very pertinent example here the community of New Brighton, just about a 10-minute walk up from here, where they have their homes that are set up right across the street from heavy manufacturing. One of the only communities in the city where you will have homes that are that close to heavy manufacturing. And that proximity to that heavy manufacturing zone plays out in health disparities and also the value of land, which is a little bit lower compared to other areas, but mainly in regards to those health disparities, where you have people where a home can burn down and a heavy manufacturing warehouse can go up where that home used to be. And all the lung issues that come with when that factory is set up right next to someone's home has had an effect on the Black community in New Brighton for years. And that community has been trying to work with the Department of City Planning for the past 3 years to pass a very common sense rezoning to just add a buffer zone within the heavy manufacturing zone to residential, and yet the city, with its billions of dollars in budget, cannot find the money to even just fund a study, not to actually do the rezoning, but just to fund the study. So this is something that has to be addressed on the state level, where there is something that is so obvious of this as, hey, we already know because zoning exists that you shouldn't have a home next to a warehouse. Maybe the state should move a little bit faster in giving communities the resources to separate the homes and the warehouses. So I would just like that to be added to the record. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tony Richardson, 27 years old, from Park Hill, Staten Island, foundational Black American. I just wanted to come to a realization and bring light to another way to build funding for reparations. I have developed a 30-page global reparations plan explaining how African countries that participated in the transatlantic slave trade can participate with the United States government in building funding for our reparations. Countries that participated, such as Nigeria, Ghana, Benin, Togo, Senegal, and many others with natural resources, gold, oil, gas, natural gas, things that we need in this country, that resources in that fund could be in a global index fund that could bring funding for scholarships for Black American students, community-based help for in our national community, and not only that, income-based reparations for everyone that get a piece, get a cut, extra money. So 3% of all natural resources from these countries I listed, Nigeria, Ghana, Benin, Togo, Senegal, and many other more, such as the Congo, they could be put in the index fund. 3%, I believe. And I have everything written here. It's only 2 minutes. I can't go into detail. I will be sending it in your email, but it's a crackdown and acknowledgement that there's room for global accountability of what happened in the transatlantic slave trade in 1865. Something as simple as a check will not cut it. It's way more than that. It's deeper. It's been mental abuse, school scholarships, a lot of segregation, and that needs to be addressed globally, not just in the United States government. It takes two to tango, like my grandmother would say. So I hope you guys look over that plan. It will be coming to your inbox very shortly, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. She said she's going to submit it. Our next three speakers is, I think, a Nicole Bowman. Bowman? And you could correct, you correct my pronunciation of first name. Isha, and I don't know if it's Adrian. It looks like A-D. I don't know if that's an R or N-A-N. Okay. And then I think a Heather Q. Okay, all right, thank you so much. We're moving along. All right, thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nia Chloe Bowman. Today, I'm going to be talking about my personal narrative and how this ties into the overall of what economics for reparations can be. I am the granddaughter of the Great Migration. My ancestors cultivated rice and picked cotton in the low country South Carolina. These cash crops made New York its wealth in terms of insurance, transportation of those crops, the finished goods, and the development of the financial capitals that we know for New York State to be today. My grandparents were so poor in the 50s because of this lineage that they came to Far Rockaway in the 50s to be a part of the first public housing project on Far Rockaway's peninsula. My key takeaway today from my public testimony is we need to consider the lineages of New Yorkers that also made New York wealthy of what it is today. When we follow the cash crops, we get to see that it's just not the enslavement of New York that was milking milk, making the grain for the corn, making the grain for the wheat, it's making the grain for the hemp. It's also the cotton, it's also the rice, it's also the indigo, it's also the sugar that was cultivated not only just in the South, but also in the Caribbean colonies as well. The domino sugar that we love to make in our cornbread, some of us put it in our grits, some of us put it into our greens. We're also from families that were here in New York, got loans from American banks, from New York banks specifically, and had colonies in the Caribbean to bring that sugar back here and also make it as molasses that was also being cultivated in Albany as well. So we need to make sure that when we are calculating the economics of what that means, we need to be inclusive of those lineages that made New York the wealthy down payment that it has today. And then that transfers into the distinction harm that made my grandparents come here as a part of that Great Migration. Because it's not just enough to say that New York is enslaved here in New York is the only ones who should be eligible. We need to consider how interconnected this slavery system was and how that's forced the distinction harm that we know to be today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Isha Adnan. I'm a first-generation New Yorker, and I'm speaking on behalf of the New York Civil Liberties Union Racial Justice Center. I've lived on Staten Island my entire life. I'm a product of our city's public school system. Yet, despite that, I did not learn about our city's deep history with slavery until I began working at a civil rights organization. In fact, I distinctly remember a high school social studies teacher attempting to justify the idea of reverse racism. Looking back, that moment reflects not just misinformation, but erasure. The erasure of critical Black history in Staten Island is not unusual or unintentional. It's systemic. It is racist. In 1790, approximately 20% of Staten Island's population were enslaved. Slavery was a visible and embedded part of life here. Staten Island is home to Sandy Ground, one of the oldest continuously inhabited free Black settlements in the United States. And yet, the borough still celebrates many prominent slave owners, such as Reverend Peter Van Belt, celebrated in Manfeld Avenue. The names of these streets are a reminder that the end of slavery does not mean the end of oppression. Sandy Ground, once home to 180 Black families, now has fewer than 10 descendants living in the area. The Homeowners Loan Corporation's decision to redline Sandy Ground and label it as a high-risk area for investment contributed to the reluctance to invest in the area after the 1963 fires. This only made the consequences for the neighborhood more severe as families lost their ability to rebuild their homes. Cherry Lane Cemetery tells a similar story. Cherry Lane and Sandy Ground are testaments to a pattern of burying, displacing, and ignoring the Black community, and moving on without repair. This is why the commission must act. You must truthfully represent Black history in public education. The gaps I experienced were not accidental. New York must conduct deep racial equity audits, eliminate racially biased curricula, and fully fund the Amnesty Commission to ensure the racial justice history embedded in our communities is upheld in our schools. We must rename streets and public spaces that honor slave owners. We must remove street names that uphold slavery or systemic discrimination. Reparation means telling the truth about our past, but it also means taking responsibility for the present. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And as I mentioned, please feel free to submit to the written. The next three, it looks like Dr. John Derek Norvell, Ricky Smith, and then Jennifer, I don't know if it's Hadlock? I can't, is there a Jennifer? Jennifer H. that signed up? Okay, so those three, Dr. John Derek, Ricky Smith, and then Jennifer.
Yes, hello. My name is John Derek Yared Andy Mikel Norvell. The Yared is for Saint Yared of Ethiopia, of the music, and Andy Mikel means son of Saint Michael. And I've been fighting, racism and all sorts of things. So I said, yeah, I'm a son of Saint Michael. Saint Michael fighting the devil. And the devil has been racism and racism in New York. And it's amazing. I worked on my dissertation with Mary Lou Williams, and I discovered something called Pinkster. And do anybody know about Pinkster here? It's a few. I have here, we worked hard on this. I have here two documents. In fact, what I'm gonna do is show documents here instead of going on and on. The documents here are this document is the proclamation to make Pinkster a holiday from Governor Patterson. We worked hard on this. And that is when it opened up celebrations at the African Burial Ground. This is one of the old flyers. And the African Burial Ground celebration has on it the flower of Pinkster, the red and pink azaleas. And people are surprised at that because they think it's like something like, oh, it's, going to be angry Black men and angry Black women. And they say, oh, what's this, flowers? I say, yeah. But Pinkster is the celebration of the African Pinkster King. And this is another important document. This is the legislative resolution from the state of New York, and it was to recognize Pinkster again not only as a holiday, but all the whereases and such, this is by the Assembly, was to state that it's important to recognize the burial ground that's underneath the state capitol. It's not recognized. And Kathy Hochul can run all over the place, but these people are legislating on top of our ancestors. It's got to stop. And the final thing is we want to invite you all to May 23rd this year. This year is the beginning of the Pinkster year. We're going to celebrate the whole year. May 23rd is the 400th anniversary of Pinkster and the 400th anniversary of the Black community of New York. We're going to march. We're going to have a celebration of the African burial ground with libations and that, as we usually do. Then we're going to march from there and reenact the March of the Pinkster King, who cried to everybody, "Haye, Bamba, Bamba, Bamba." And Latino said, I thought that was the Caribbean. I said, no, Bamba means get together, folks.
Thank you,
Doc. Even the Moroccans are doing it. And so we're going to walk from there and that celebration to City Hall, and we're going to have the dances and that.
Thank you, Doctor. And you have information for folks to get from you because you'll be still around, right?
Yes, I will.
Thank you so much.
See all of you there.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you. Ricky Smith.
Hi, everybody. My name is Ricky. I am a foundational Black American, 61 years old. I'm here to talk about lineage-based reparations. See, so our fight for justice, for civil rights, for affirmative action has too often seen the term Black diluted into minority, forcing us to share the hard-won fruits of our struggle with others that it was never meant for in the first place. You know who else is a minority? White women. More white women benefited from affirmative action than we ever did. This dilution undermines the very essence of reparations, reducing it to a token gesture when it should be a profound act of restorative justice. I can consider this. I cannot claim Jewish reparations, even though my mother was a Jew. And their reparations are owed by Germany anyway. They ain't owed by us. I cannot claim Native American reparations despite my grandfather's full-blooded Choctaw lineage. Nor can I claim Japanese reparations or anyone else's. Each group's claim to justice is distinct and specific to their historical experience. Therefore, it is illogical and unjust to expect foundational Black Americans to share their unique reparations with everyone of color who has come to this country. The very term African American has been co-opted now, blurring lines that are starkly drawn when it comes to pride and inclusivity, yet it suddenly does matter and we're all the same when a check is involved. I got a problem with that. Reparations are not a handout. They're a recognition of unpaid labor, stolen wealth, and generational trauma. It is a conversation that must center on those who are owed, without diversion or appropriation by others who have not shared in this specific historical burden. They got here after the work was done. And we had to fight and lobby for them to even have an opportunity to come here. Only 100 Black people were allowed in this country per year, I remember, because I'm over 60. Right? So there go your reparations. To me, to those who benefit from our opportunities created by our ancestors' sacrifices, a simple thank you and a recognition of our unique claim would be a powerful start.
Thank you so much. And please submit it if you haven't. Pass? Okay. Okay, so our next. I think we.
Bristol?
I don't know. It looks like a BR. Okay. And then. Oh, okay. Hey, yep. Brooke, Keisha, and then Daniel Smalls, I believe.
Okay. When we look at the 1700s and the 1800s census records, it becomes clear who was actually here during the era of American slavery. Reparations are not about creating communal abundance. They are about rectifying and repairing the specific harms of slavery and the systems that allowed it. There is only one group whose ancestors were present for everything Debbie and Paige lectures about: the full arc of American chattel slavery. The need to buy and mortgage family members is a peculiar practice that only happened here. So is the racial terror that followed, and the legal exclusion that lasted for generations. This was unique to this soil, and it happened to a specific lineage. It is not everyone's history, and that is why it is not everyone's to claim it. During the draft riots, whose ancestors were here? Who endured the racial climate of that era? Whose ancestors are buried in those historic burial grounds tied to slavery in this city? Definitely not Sheila Jackson Lee's. Her ancestors are buried in the Caribbean, and I would assume in Jamaica, where we are the descendants of American freedmen, not people whose families chose to immigrate to America later. So the psychological harms of lynching and racial terror were imprinted on us. Redlining is a form of the badges and incidents of slavery, not a random policy. It was a continuation of the same using new tactics. And before the 1960s, before we fought for equality and in immigration policies, the Afro-immigrant population in the United States was statistically tiny, less than 1% of the Black population nationwide. That matters because reparations must be tied to the people who were actually harmed, not to those who arrived after the fight for equality opened the doors. I'm glad General Counsel Attorney Sneed Williams is here. She was present when her husband, Jamani Williams, asked to be included in the claims his ancestors were not present for. That request showed a misunderstanding of constitutional law, and she was also present when Camilla Moore Esquire laid out a constitutional framework in detail. I hope she uses her legal expertise to explain to her husband constitutional law. Dr. Malveaux mentioned the billions of dollars. Meanwhile, this city spent $10 billion on illegal. No commission, no studies, no lineage requirement. But when it comes to the people whose ancestors built this country, suddenly everyone wants to claim make our claim unconstitutional.
Please submit the full comment.
Good evening. My name is Mrs. Keisha Forrester. I am a foundational Black American, descendant of freedmen. I stand here as a verified descendant of the enslaved, peoples whose bodies, labor, and lives were extracted for over 200 years to build this nation, its wealth, including economic foundation of the state of New York. Let's be direct. This is not about race. This is about a debt, a specific debt owed to a specific people. Foundational Black Americans are not asking for programs, panels, or symbolic gestures. We are making a legal, lineage-based claim for restitution, and the remedy must match the scale of the crime. We are demanding two things: clear, measurable, and non-negotiable: direct cash payments to verified descendants of the enslaved, and full federal and state income tax exemption to those same descendants. Nothing less meets the definition of reparations. Anything else is a distraction. We can prove who we are through genealogy, historical records, and family documentation. We can establish lineage to the enslaved population of the United States. That lineage defines the creditor class. And let me be clear on this point. Those who do not descend from U.S. slavery do not have standing in this claim. This includes individuals of immigrant lineage. Reparations is not about skin color or diversity. It is about a repayment of stolen labor. If your ancestors were not subjected to that system on this soil, then you are not owed the same debt, and you should not be shaping the remedy. This is about accountability. After emancipation, the government made promises of land, restitutions that were never fulfilled. That failure created a compounding economic injustice that still exists today. So we are not asking, we are asserting a claim backed by history, a claim backed by documentation, and a claim backed by generations of unpaid labor. The question is simple: will this commission recommend real restitution or continue the cycle of delay? We
thank
are
you.
not here for a conversation. We are demanding what's rightfully ours.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Daniel Smalls. It's okay.
Please pause, reset the clock, please.
Okay.
Thank you, Debbie.
Reset it one more time. All right, go. You're good.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Daniel Smalls. I am an 18-year-old proud member of the SIUC staff, as well as a graduate of Curtis High School. I come here to say such words that have been on my mind for the past week. Using your tools, we can reduce, or even better, give college tuition to people of color. This would better move us as the race of Americans, unified by the understanding that we all deserve education. We can use this as a point and place to see us people of color rise in power. The power of education is an investment in the future, a future where none is deprived of the necessity of education to pursue the pursuit of happiness that most seek to achieve. The segregation in schools leaves congruent classrooms that seem more like a factory than more of a place of actual education. But it's not always the schools at fault all the time. We need diversity within the communities, and sometimes it's the education. The education is not within the bounds of us Black people, which is inhumane because we all deserve education. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. All right, we're continuing on. We have, I believe, Jasmine Robinson. It looks like Teresa G. I'm not sure if this was scratched out or if that individual's still here. And then Bruce. Jasmine Robinson. It looks like a Teresa G. And then Bruce.
My proper title is the Honorable Jasmine Robinson. I am duly elected official on Staten Island, so let the record show that I am a duly elected official on Staten Island.
Amen.
Thank you. Yes.
Oh,
yeah,
yep.
yes,
Reset it to
time,
2.
please. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. There are many negative and false narratives surrounding reparations. It is too complex. I saw a comment, why should the Blacks receive compensation for slavery? So here's my counter argument to the naysayers. April 16, 1862, the Compensation Emancipation Act of District of Columbia. Passage of this law came 8.5 months before President Lincoln issued his Emancipation Proclamation. Lincoln wanted to preserve his fragile alliance with loyal slave owners. Former slave owners received compensations up to $300 for each freed slave. Although the District of Columbia Emancipation Act marked the only time the federal government would compensate slave owners. There's a long history of slave owners requesting and receiving indemnification for the loss of their chattel. We were seen as chattel. And what does that mean? It means tangible, movable, personal property. There was funding for slave owners to receive compensation. Then the same method should apply for descendants of slavery. As a society, we need to recognize and examine how much compensation should be offered to people who suffer torture and other human rights abuses, and whose labor, skill, knowledge, and families were stolen for generations. Regret does not equal an apology. And as I close, I want to close out with this. We will hear loud objections from those who benefit from the status quo and who cannot imagine a different world. But it is only through confronting the past that we can reimagine our future. It is only through reparations that this new future can take shape. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there a Teresa G, I believe? If not, is there a Bruce?
My name is Bruce. I'm a third generation Staten Islander, second generation born. Oh, I'm sorry. First generation Staten Islander, second generation born. And I'm here because my great aunt on my father's side was recruited from the South with a team of nurses that came up from the Southern United States to work at Seaview Hospital, to work on the tuberculosis disease. And she was born in 1897. And she pretty much came up here in 1938. And she pretty much worked through the entire period of that pandemic for her career for about 40 years. My mother's side, excuse me, I'm dry mouth. I'm also a descendant, fifth generation descendant of a Civil War vet on my mother's side. I'm here, pretty much to represent my family who didn't receive reparations. I'm asking that the New York State Commission on Reparations properly establish delineation for lineage for financial-based reparations for foundational Black Americans, also known as, designated by the government, as Black American freedmen. So that's pretty much, I can't talk. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And once again, please, if you have testimony that you would like to submit, or if you'd like to call or send the email in, please do so.
Is my name there,
Kathy Dean. I don't skip names. Yep, you're on this page here, Kathy Dean. Yep. I know you ain't, I would not skip names. Thank you so much for that. It looks like a Teresa G. Is there a Teresa, it may be G-R-E-S or G? Is there another? No? Okay. Jaman Bailey? Okay, Bayate.
Bayate.
Give it.
Jaman Bayate.
Okay, give me 1 second before you start. Isaiah, and then Rashid Littlejohn. So those are the next three. And once again, please state your name. I apologize for any mispronunciation.
Peace and blessings. My name is Jaman Bayate. I'm a descendant of foundational Black Americans / freedmen status / Negro / indigenous of this country. Black Mountains, Blackfoot. Basically, I'm also a veteran. I used to live in 141 Park Hill Avenue, apartment 2W, back in 1973, 1974, 1975, 1976, 1977. I experienced a lot of racism in IS 49. I'm an alumni of 290 St. Mark's Place, McKee Vocational Technical High School, where a smaller percentage of mostly foundational Black Americans, and those smaller percentage of Caribbean brothers had to side with us so that we could defend ourselves against the sons of Cosa Nostra. I went to College of Staten Island. I took my first college course, I better speed this up. Took my first college course when I was in the 10th grade. Dropped out of college because I knew that the educational system was a miseducational system. Bottom line, cash reparations. We also need to have protection anti-black, foundational black American laws to protect us from the police brutality and the correctional officer brutality. Robert Brooks, Letitia James, and the governor dropped the ball on Robert Brooks being crucified, just like Eric Gardner, just like Sonia Massey and Sandra Bland, Tamir Rice. We can name so many brothers and sisters who disappear, children who disappear way before Gaza, way before a lot of illegal immigrants. My great-grandfather came here in 1921 from South Carolina, Aiken County, South Carolina. He witnessed one of his cousins being lynched.
Thank you, brother.
Oh yeah, Aaron Burr died on Staten Island after he killed Alexander Hamilton, and he was vice president at the time when he killed Alexander Hamilton.
Thank you so much.
On Staten Island. So that says a lot about Staten Island and New York.
Thank you.
Ready? I'm Brother Isaiah. Good afternoon, everybody. We have the African Services Committee, the Undocu Black Network, Black Alliance for Just Immigration, African Communities Together, Mayor Office of Immigrant Affairs, and we have the Office of New Americans. One thing that all of these organizations have in common is they are specifically for immigrants, for undocumented, right? You see, Undocu Black Network. So they're not hiding what they're doing. We don't have any of these for foundational Black Americans, for freedmen, and it's by design, right? I want to give some shout outs. Shout out to the U.S. Freedmen Project. Let's give them a black hand. We got to give the U.S. Freedmen Project a black hand. They've been holding it down for a long time, but definitely in all of these hearings, going up to Albany, going through that snow, Buffalo, getting their time wasted in these hearings. I don't know how y'all do it. This is my first in-person one, and it was hard to sit through, getting our time wasted. Shout out to the great ancestors, the immortal Nat Turner, Mama Harriet Tubman, right? I want to give a shout out to our champion for foundational Black Americans, freedmen, ADOS, Heritage American, if you want to go by that, but you know that's not that appropriate. But we're Heritage Americans too. Dr. Claude Anderson, that is our champion. He been fighting for longer than I've been alive. I'm a 90s baby. We got to give him his credit. Shout out to Queen Afua. Shout out to all the people coming out to the panels. Sister Chantel Williams. Shout out to the beautiful Camilla Moore Esquire. Shout out to her pulling up, coming all the way from Cali and all of that. Brother Carrier. Shout out Brother Earn. He's not even in the state, but he's been on multiple hearings through Zoom and all of that. Shout out Bria Baker, 40 Acres in the Tesla. Shout out to Thorough Black Talk Worldview. Shout out to the good sister Keisha and Brother Taz. Shout out Zyx. Shout out Afro Man.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Sanctuary Cities.
Peace and love. How y'all doing? My name is Rashid Littlejohn. I am the vice president of a nonprofit group called the ANDL, stands for Anti-Negro Defamation League. Heard that term used a lot in here, so, you know, reparations are owed to the Negro, right? That term is a political, legal, I mean, that term represents property and chattel, so how could it be relegated to race? As a descendant of those formerly enslaved, I have ancestors that were enslaved by the 4th governor of New York. I work with many individuals that were here today. Debbie Ann Page, who's working with me to get my church landmarked and identified, which is the oldest Black church in Staten Island, the UAME, Staten Island Stapleton Church. Also, shout out to Sister Heather, who does amazing work when it comes to these burial grounds. And if anybody knows about the famous African burial site that was established or found in the early 90s, you know that there's been a history of not really looking at slavery in New York. But New York is the economic empire engine. individuals in this space said that there wouldn't be any economic powerhouse without Negroes, for sure. But it surely wouldn't be one without the lower New York harbor that has the East River on one side, the Hudson River on the other, operates all the way up to the Erie Canal that creates another waterway to the Midwest, and then in the New York harbor, it all operates and opens up to the Atlantic Ocean. The 13 colonies considered that more of a triangular economic trade, where at every different stop, they would be able to build certain things up. So lastly, since I only have a few minutes left in seconds, the racial wealth gap in this city is 18,000 to 270,000, 15 times the black and white gap. So when we talk about economic repair, descendants of slaves should receive $250,000 or more of cash payments, and that's just to start the conversation. That's just the start to say we have cleared the funding. Now let's get into the other things that is going to take a bureaucracy to try to repair, because trying to add us to a whole process of politics is delaying the process when we are being harmed right now.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
So it looks like we have Earl and Ezina Bell. We have Elizabeth Speak, and then Deborah Quickberry, I believe.
Okay. I just want to apologize in terms of what I said before.
Don't start the clock. Don't start the clock.
I just want to apologize in terms of what I said before. I know you guys are doing a great job. However, 2 minutes?
I appreciate you.
2 minutes?
Yes, sir.
We're supposed to have more than 3 minutes, so please start the clock.
Start the clock.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, brother, big homie. So, New York is about to be passed by, it's already passed by California and Texas in GDP. What are we asking for right now? What are we asking for? We're asking for a state, ex-colony, that has civilizational exhaustion. What we should be asking for is, how do we help the state, or how do we help the city increase its GDP by ×2 or times, right now, New York City's GDP is 2.1 trillion. How can the black population, who is 2 million, increase it to 4 trillion? That's what we should be asking right now. Because this state is exhausted. California passed it, Texas passed it, and now Florida is passing it. So I just wanted to put that out there, that in terms of the industrial capacity of this state, it's exhausted, it's running out. So in terms of our reparations, I just want to share, I'm from downtown Brooklyn. It was before the Dutch West Indies Company came, it was called Marichkowick. I'm one of the acting sachems of Marichkowick. Just like you have that seat, I'm seating in the Native American capacity in an indigenous capacity. So I'm just sharing that, in terms of, but just reparations, what I'm sharing is that, okay, we should be asking for a GDP number. All right, 1 trillion. There should be a parameter that says, okay, the black population that is 2 million should be responsible for 1 trillion GDP of the city, and we should be trading internationally. That gets around all of the tit for tat and the little myopic, little tiny rifts that the current white population and the current political apparatus in this state isn't even aware of. They're not even aware of the fact that New York City is in bondage by Albany. They haven't read the old charters under Dutch occupation and British occupation. What my main point is that, and I want to just, please allow me just 10 more seconds, that we need subcommittees. It's in your statute that you can create a subcommittee, and it's also in the statute that's been passed and signed by Hochul that you have the power to create subcommittees, but you were supposed to study New York City and the state. That's not happening. So please don't make me come to court to sue the commission in order to allow us to meet 3 times a week. I need to meet with this sister right here. I need to meet with this sister right here at least 2 times. I need to meet with them. We can meet in Reverend Daltrey Church. We can meet in the Brooklyn Library, because we could do something better than all of the people that have been talking today. Because the best intellectuals in this whole country. You said 10
seconds, man. Come on. I appreciate you.
In this whole country in New York.
Thank you.
I can put together a plan with these 2 sisters over here that's way better than all the presenters.
Thank you.
This is New York City. We don't have to follow California.
Thank
we don't have to follow everybody else or South Africa.
Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon. All right. I'm Elizabeth Speck. I am a part of New Yorkers for Reparations and Jews for Racial and Economic Justice, Staten Island Neighborhood Group. I am a Staten Islander of 14 years. I've raised my children here, and I plan to stay in what I've learned is a hidden treasure where we're stuck on this island together, and the desire for a basic good life binds us. As a white Staten Islander, I support reparations for Black Americans led by Black Americans. As a Jewish American, I descend from people who survived prejudice, persecution, and attempted annihilation. One branch was expelled from Spain in the 16th century and settled in North Carolina and Virginia. Another was rescued from pogroms and starvation in Eastern Europe and given land, housing, and farming training in New Jersey, given. A third resettled as Holocaust survivors and received restitution from Germany until their deaths. Whether or not my ancestors owned slaves, we have benefited directly or indirectly from the wealth, health, education, and stability denied to Black Americans. And today I have had the opportunity to become a drama therapist and a doctor of organizational development. I know the science of changing mindsets and behavior. Don't let anyone tell you that white people will never support reparations. We need to step up, and we can reach that tipping point because we all have hidden stories built on the country's unaccounted harm to Black Americans, and once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Deborah Quick Berry, and I'm here because of the injustice to my people. I'm here for reparations for that 40 acres and the mule, because that's what we deserve. I'm here for my ancestors who died coming over here on the Middle Passage, and who we are still dying every day today for not giving us the justice and everything that we're supposed to have. So I'm standing here for my people, for all of my people who've been hurt, who've been killed, who've been raped, just for the color of their skin. We're people, just like everyone else. I want to say to my brothers and sisters, we should love one another. Unite during this fight. That's what we need. And we need to stand together, and we need to walk together, march together, do whatever we have to do. Because I'm tired of sitting here and standing here and not things being done. We need to do it collectively as one, all together. I didn't know I was going to say this, but the Holy Spirit is bringing this all to me to say. I don't have all the numbers and all this, but I have the heart. The heart for my people. So that's what I came here to say. And I hope that we just don't stop here. If we have to march like we did during the civil rights time, we need to all come together as one.
Thank you so much.
So thank you all. I love you all. And let's do this thing together.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Thank you. It looks like we have a Ladee Streeter, a Reverend Phyllis Coachman. And then, help me out with this, brother. I think last name is Sharif. Last name is Sharif. I don't want to mispronounce it.
Good afternoon. My name is Ladie Streeter, and I am here as a descendant of persons enslaved in the United States. I support the U.S. Freedmen Project. I support lineage-based reparations because the harm done was specific, and its impact continues across generations. My family's roots are in the South, in North Carolina, where my parents were born and raised. Like many others, they lived through a time when opportunities were limited and treatment was unequal simply because of who they were. They later moved north in search of better opportunities, as many families did. But even after leaving the South, the barriers persisted. Discriminatory practices such as redlining and unequal access to housing and resources continued to shape what was available to them. So while the location changed, the conditions did not fully change. The history did not stay in the past. It carried forward into access, into opportunity, into what was available and what was not. And today, we still see the results. Data continues to show that U.S.-born Black Americans, descendants of those enslaved in this country, fall behind in key areas such as income, wealth, home ownership. The issue is not about comparison for the sake of division. It's about recognizing that a specific history requires a specific response. Lineage-based reparations are not about exclusion. They are about accuracy. They ensure that policies properly acknowledge the people whose ancestors endured slavery in the United States. So I stand here today in support of reparations framework that includes clear lineage-based considerations for American freedmen. Because when the harm is specific, the remedy must be specific as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And please submit your testimony if you haven't.
Amen, Sister Ladie. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Reverend Phyllis Ida Coachman, and I am a founding member of the U.S. Freedmen Project. Reparations is a lineage-based claim rooted in a specific historical harm, enslavement in the United States, and the badges and incidents of slavery. Amen. New York State and New York City have developed targeted programs, services, and offices for other populations, including immigrant communities, and just recently, New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani signed an executive order establishing an Office of LGBTQIA+ affairs. These broader efforts are supported by billions in recent funding. The question is not whether these resources should exist, but why New York State and New York City have not established a similarly targeted structure for American freedmen. In fact, the last federal institution specifically established to serve our people was the Freedmen's Bureau, created in 1865 and effectively ended by 1872. I want to be personal. My great-grandfather, Reverend Isaac Coachman, a pastor who served for decades in the AME Church, walked 28 miles in February of 1868 to a Freedmen's Bureau office in Georgia to defend a complaint. That was a man seeking justice, protection, and recognition within a system meant to support newly freed people. And yet, generations later, we are still here asking for restitution and recognition. lineage matters, not to exclude, but to properly address the harm. I respectfully urge this commission to ensure that any reparations framework include clear lineage-based consideration for American freedmen.
Thank you so
and
much.
to support the creation of policies and structures.
Thank you.
And restitution. One more.
Please,
okay.
Please submit. No, I was going to say please submit it if,
All right.
if
Thank
you will.
That's
Thank you so
specifically
much.
address our lineage. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have, it looks like Sharif is the last name? No? So we have Kathy Dean, Nicole Myers, and Tammy Greer. Oh, you just signed up? Okay, all right. See, I ain't skipping nobody, right? Name on there, I read it. That's okay. We appreciate it.
Okay. We should have had 3 minutes, respectfully. Not acceptable. I'll do my best. My name is Kathy Dean, Commission, New York State Community Commission. I stand before you today as a 100% disabled global war on terrorism veteran and as a present-day direct descendant of 2 American freedmen, Hill Terry Sr. and Hill Terry Jr., also known as Hill Gillum, who both served in the 14th Regiment of the United States Colored Heavy Artillery during the Civil War. Their names are engraved on the Wall of Honor at the African American Civil War Museum in Washington, D.C. I'm going to abbreviate this. It is essential to recognize that New York State directly benefited from the service of men like my ancestors. During the Civil War, New York was required by federal law to meet troop quotas under the Enrollment Act of 1863. To meet these quotas, New York credited thousands of black soldiers recruited from southern states to New York localities in order to satisfy its enlistment requirements. In other words, even though many of these freedmen soldiers never lived in New York, their service was counted toward New York's troop quotas. As a result, New York State received the military and political benefit of their service. Despite their sacrifices, many of these freedmen soldiers and their families never received the full recognition or compensation that had been promised to them. Their contributions were essential to the preservation of the United States, yet their descendants continue to live with long-term consequences of slavery and its aftermath. For this reason, it is imperative that present-day direct descendants of American freedmen be formally recognized in policy discussions related to reparations. Just as demographic categories exist for other groups, the descendants of American freedmen must be clearly identified through proper demographic disaggregation and recognized as a distinct lineage whose ancestors built, defended, and preserved this nation under conditions of bondage. Reparations must be lineage-based. Without demographic disaggregation, the specific harms suffered by American freedmen and their descendants risk being submerged within broad racial classifications that do not actually reflect our history or status or our claim. I respectfully urge the Commission to recommend policies that acknowledge the historic contributions of freedmen soldiers and provide meaningful reparative justice to their present-day descendants. And thank you.
Thank you. Once again, please submit it into the written record if you haven't. And Nicole Myers.
Did you say someone before Nicole?
What's your name? Nicole. Oh. No, I said Kathy Dean and Nicole Myers. And that, Miss Dean just went.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicole Myers, and I stand before you on behalf of the Staten Island NAACP, in which I serve as the president. On November 5th, 1925, 100 years ago, William A. Morris chartered the Staten Island NAACP as a result of the pressures and racial discrimination experienced by Sam Brown and his family. And we heard that story earlier today from Debbie Ann Page, our Black historian Shiro, who shined a light on the centuries of discrimination normalized on Staten Island. It's unfortunate and inhumane that we continue to see and feel the effects of disinvestments. We see it in the housing conditions that was mentioned earlier, New Brighton. We see it in Stapleton, where families lived for months, years in some cases, without electricity, heat, and hot water. We see it in Park Hill, where I grew up, where even though they changed ownerships, families are still living with piles of garbage. Children are playing around piles of garbage in Park Hill. So on behalf of the Staten Island NAACP, we're demanding the following. First, establish a reparative economic development fund that targets exclusive attention to the ancestors of those who were enslaved. Provide grants, low-income capital, and technical assistance to Black-owned businesses and entrepreneurs whose ancestors were enslaved and have historically been denied access to these resources. Don't just expand the Empire State Development Fund to include reparations language. Don't do that. Invest in community-based economic development initiatives that are culturally competent and trauma-informed and include investments and resources to reduce chronic stress, particularly in historically underserved Black red line neighborhoods. Include workforce development strategies that do not just give foundational Blacks jobs, but build careers for the descendants that allows them to build and sustain economic and generational wealth, what they've been denied for centuries.
Thank you so much.
I'm not finished. I'm the last speaker. Give me 10 more seconds. Expand access. Expand access to home ownership and assets building opportunities for foundational Black families who have been denied and excluded from mortgage lending and property ownership.
Thank you so much. If you could please submit it.
I'm taking Tammy's time.
We have another speaker. Thank you. So we can't, how much, we can't.
Just like 5 seconds.
Go ahead, hurry up, please.
Ensure that all reparation strategies include clear accountability measures, data transparency, and community oversight that we, the people, the descendants of enslaved people, ensure commitments lead to measurable progress. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you. Please submit into the written record. And we have Darrow Edwards. Is there a Darrow Edwards?
How you doing? Thank you, Task Force.
Thank you.
My name is Darryl Edwards. Everybody knows me as Fish and Grits. So, you know me, I'll be short and sweet. Let me start here. One second. The first part. I hereby declare on oath that I absolutely and entirely renounce and abjure all allegiance and fidelity to any foreign prince, potentiate state or sovereignty, and whoever which I've therefore been a subject and citizen. That I will support and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and y'all know the rest. I said the oath of allegiance to remind the immigrants that on record that obstructing without reparations claim is breaking that oath. And back to the regularly scheduled program. Black like you, I'm not Black. Reparations should be only for Black Americans only. Mixed Black Americans need to have a tier system. Black Americans are struggling right now. We need money now. Pass the money now. Cash check, Cash App, Zelle, tax-free fund for the cost of racism and discriminating practices in banking, housing, and hiring. You could like somebody just said it. You can start with the 200,000 that 250,000 difference in wealth that Black people and white people have share in the city. And to make it quick to finish it off, my recommendation is pass AB 3614 and S of 7664. Disaggregate our numbers. And that's all I got to say. Pay us now. I need money. Fish and Grits, and I'm out.
Thank you so much, Fish and Grits. So I do thank you. We're going to give like a minute for our, nothing. All right, so we do have Commissioner Dr. Hamilton still on the line since this was an economic focus one. And Dr. Hamilton is an economist. We want to ask Dr. Hamilton any quick last comments, Doctor. Anything?
I'm grateful for the passion and commitment of everybody. I learn a lot and appreciate the comments.
So thank you for being tight and quick. And so we thank all of you for coming out and participating. Please continue to follow. If you would like updates on what the commission is doing to be able to receive text messages and that type of stuff, make sure you put contact information on the sheets so that we can reach out to you and keep you updated. Thank you, peace and love, and we out.
Now, that's Jamadi Williams' wife, our counsel.